everyone. Welcome to our September 15th meeting of the Town Council. Before we get started, there's lots of us in the room. It may get a little hot. If we probably are going to close the doors just to keep it quiet. And if you've got a device, you're more than welcome to use it, but please put it on silent. And we'll begin with our roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Mariko Sayak.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And as always, we are going to start with our Pledge of Allegiance, and I want to invite Anjali Kalia up to join me. Come on up, Anjali. Okay, you need to stand in front of me where everybody can see you. Okay. This is Anjali Kalia. She has just started second grade at Alta Vista Elementary, and she loves her new teacher. She takes piano lessons. She plays soccer for the Honeybees. They've had a game. She doesn't have a position yet, but she just does what her coach wants her to do. Very good. She takes a Russian, it listed on her application as a Russian math class. And I said, what is a Russian math class? Do you take, is there some special math in Russia? No, she goes to a special class in San Jose where she has Russian instructors and she has a special math class and Russian students. So it's an opportunity for her to enrich both her cultural knowledge and her math knowledge. And I learned that she also takes a special Spanish class, so she's very interested in languages. And her little sister, sitting in the front row, goes to a Spanish immersion preschool. So they are really learning a lot about their languages. She also volunteers by sending letters to her pen pal in Malawi, and that's an effort to send money for food. And she writes to her pen pal Grace and really enjoys doing it. Grace writes back and sends money every month. And she supplements that with doing things for the Lions Club, because as she told me, her mom is a member of the Lions and does good things. She gets eyeglasses and raises money, and so Anjali wants to follow in your footsteps. So Anjali, thanks a lot for joining us. And will you all stand and join me and Anjali in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Anjali. Let's have a hand for her. Anjali, thanks again. And let's have another hand for her. Takes a lot of courage to come up here in front of all of you guys, but she is undaunted. I'd like to invite Councilman Steve Leonardis to come down with me for this next presentation. And Councilman Leonardis, as many of you know, started our Small Business Big Applause recognition program for businesses that serve the community of Los Gatos and have done so for a long time in an outstanding way that the council wants to recognize. And Steve is particularly familiar with this business, and we have Nam Do, one of the owners here, with us today. So we're going to invite you up in a minute. But Steve, I wanted you to comment and participate in handing out the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. This month's nomination for Small Business Big Applause is the Diner of Los Gatos, a place that is very dear to me. I've been going there for 20 years. I love this place. It's clean, it's well run, it's family run. Get seated right away. I had to write all these things down because there were so many great points. Easy to park. Has a 1950s theme, which includes Elvis, James Dean, 1950s cars, jukeboxes on the table. Quite a fun ambience to the restaurant. They serve kids' meals. They put it in a cardboard car, which is really cool. My kids always enjoyed that. They have great milkshakes, especially the coffee milkshake, which I really enjoy. I meet a lot of constituents at the restaurant. We always get those, so I recommend you try it. The breakfast is great, and they'll serve it to you any time of the day. The parking is easy. The service is good. It's clean, and it's a casual atmosphere. And I'd like to invite the owners up and congratulate them on 20 years in business in Los Gatos, and we wish you many happy returns.
This is Nam Do. And if you'd like to say a few words.
Wow, this is amazing. Before I start, I'd like to thank you, Mayor, for all your hard work and dedication to Los Gatos community. You are one of the best mayor we have ever had. And I don't care whatever people say, I love you.
I didn't know she was going to say that when she got the proclamation.
So I'd like to first thank you for selecting us to get this award. This really meant a lot to us. Second, importantly, I'd like to thank you to all our customers who have been, like Steve, giving us lots of love and support for the last 20 years. Thank you for allowing us, serving you, to be part of your family, to be part of your life, to be part of this community. We're proud to be here. We're proud to be part of the Los Gatos community, and we're looking forward for many more years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Doe. Thank you, Councilman Leonardis. I'm going to take things a little bit out of order. We normally have our manager matters, but I'm going to take it now. And Laurel Pavetti, our new town manager, is joining me. And we get an opportunity to recognize great youthful members of our community who did the pledge, businesses that serve our community, but this is also an opportunity for us to recognize members of our town staff who work so hard. And actually, the members that we're recognizing tonight absolutely serve our youth, absolutely serve our community, and I'm so excited to have them here, is the library, teen and children's library staff at the Los Gatos Library. So come on up, please. And Laurel is going to introduce them to you and say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor. And it is just such an honor to welcome Chris Oda, Catherine Gilday, and Jennifer Laredo, our staff in the library, who's really energetic and helps us every day with preschool, teen, all sorts of great innovative programs. Our council members have had an opportunity to do the preschool reading, and we're just so thrilled with all of the creative ideas. In fact, today was the launch of Teens on the Lawn, and we played Frisbee and popsicles, and there's blankets that the teens, since we've got so much demand at the library, we thought, well, let's enjoy our beautiful open space. And really, it's the creativity of this team that we really want to recognize. And just so everybody knows, the energy and enthusiasm of this group is just contagious. And I think it just really reflects the kind of spirit that our town employees bring to their jobs. And it's just really an honor to recognize all of you. All of them, all three, Chris, Jennifer, and Catherine, all have undergraduate degrees from UC Santa Cruz and all have master's degrees in library and information science from San Jose State University, which is fabulous. And each has been with the town for a variety of years. Chris is our most recent addition, but really fit in right away. And even though it's just been a year, it's just been fabulous to have you. So with that, we have some gifts that I'd like the mayor to assist in handing out. Our creative HR team found these gifts, and we wanted to present one of each to you.
And I just want to say to all of you, these are actually hollowed out Harry Potter books, so we're not really wasting them when we have a lot of them. So here you go, Jen. And if you guys don't know them anyway, shame on you. Thanks to all of you. And Laurel, you've got something else.
Yes, we thought instead of doing a plaque, which is what we typically do for these types of team recognitions, our other library staff members who are equally creative and innovative thought, well, let's actually do a Shutterfly book celebrating story time in the Los Gatos Library. And I believe this will be in the library collection so everybody can read it. Or you can keep it in your staff area, whatever you would like to do. But there are photographs of all the activities, of the reading, of some of the energy that is brought forward in that group. And there may be requests for copies, so that's the joy of Shutterfly, that we might be able to make some copies, because I think just sharing it with the council before the meeting, there was a lot of interest. So with that, please join me in recognizing our library team. Thank you.
Thanks to our library staff. Jen, did you want to say something or not? You don't have to.
Am I speaking for all of us? Yes. On behalf of all of us, thank you so much. We have the best jobs in the world. We love spending a little bit of our week with each of you and being a part of that special time, that's story time. Seriously, our job description includes doing the hokey pokey, and that's kind of amazing. So thanks to you, and thank you to the town council and the mayor and to Laurel and to HR and to Heidi, who makes our job so easy and wonderful and fabulous.
Thanks very much, everybody. Okay, so now is the time in our meeting when we ask each member of the council to report to us on the council and to you about those things that we have done on behalf of the town since our last meeting on September 1st. It could be serving on a committee, it could be attending a function. So, Councilman Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I know we'd all like to talk about overcrowding in schools, so I'll try to be brief as I can. I attended the Cities Association last week, and I would say the one thing that was of most interest was that the Silicon Valley Chamber of Commerce came and presented to us their new initiative to try to get companies to invest in or come to this area to work on and innovate products around the Internet of Things. That's kind of the new technology wave that is sweeping, and they'd like to make sure that our area is the one that is known for that new technology wave, basically. For those that don't really know what Internet of Things or IoT means, it's the idea that a lot of devices are connected to the Internet, and it helps bring lots of information in and can be processed, and it allows businesses and people to be more productive, makes life easier. You can imagine like a parking system with sensors that then brings all the information in and processes and help you find empty spaces or so forth. So that was, I think, the most interesting thing from the Cities Association.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Last week, the Community Development Advisory Committee, CDAC, met. I serve on that along with the mayor and 3 members of the Planning Commission. I encourage developers and people who have applications to go to CDAC because we offer input. And in last week, we were offering input to developers who are considering a senior care facility off of Blossom Hill Road. In addition to that, last week, along with Councilmember Sayak, I did the ribbon cutting for the new deli on Elm Street, the American Italian Deli. Thank you.
Thank you. In addition to the CDAC, I attended on behalf of the town the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, where we discussed some things that are of general interest. One of them was approving various projects that all kinds of entities want the VTA to do in their 2040 plan. There were some items on there that are the subject of litigation that the town has or that the town has taken off. So there was some consideration of whether or not the town should be taking a position on them. But there was something that's of general interest, which was VTA is rolling out a pilot program of what they call Flex or VTA Flex, which are shuttle buses that work like Uber. And I thought, wow, that you connect to your phone and your account and you can call them up. Unfortunately, the pilot program is not yet in Los Gatos. However, those of you that are interested, Los Gatos actually is on a list of possible potential communities for this kind of pilot program because we have an underserved VTA line. So those of you that might be interested in us pursuing that, let us know or let VTA Policy Advisory Committee know because it's something that they are going to roll out on a pilot basis in short order. So it's of interest to us. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. On September 3rd, I was the chair of the West Valley Solid Waste Management Authority. And for those who don't know what that means, that is your trash pickup. We discussed some service issues that have been going on with people who live on a street that might be in a county pocket as well as in the Los Gatos town. And there have been multiple trucks going down the streets because there's actually 2 different service times and companies picking up the trash. So we're trying to address some of those concerns brought forward by the residents and try to be more responsive to consolidating those truck trips as well as the times in the morning, multiple truck trips early in the morning around school hours and things like that. So we just want to let you all know that we are working to resolve those issues.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. In addition to the ribbon cutting for the American Italian Deli, I also attended yesterday a swearing-in ceremony for our newest officer, Officer Mikhail Berliga. I'm looking at Chief Frisbee for affirmation that that's correct. And so if you have a chance to welcome him to our community, please do so.
Thank you. The next item that we'll take up is our consent calendar. The consent calendar consists of tonight 4 items. They are generally considered to be routine. So, for example, approval of minutes, receiving a report regarding town's investment performance are 2 of the things on for tonight. The council will act on those in a single motion. However, if anyone wants to speak on one of those or pull one of those items from the calendar, we will hear it in its normal course as a public hearing. There are staff reports prepared. I'll get to that. And we're going to, I'm first going to ask any member of the council would like to pull any item from our consent calendar. Seeing no one, is there anyone in the audience that wants to pull an item from our consent calendar? And if the consent calendar, just because there was confusion a couple weeks ago, if the consent calendar is approved, then there will be no further discussion or comment on it. We will simply approve it as a block item. So anyone want to pull an item? Seeing no one, do I have a motion on the consent calendar? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Move to approve consent items 1 through 5.
4. Right? Right, 4? Okay. Is there a second? Councilwoman Sayoc seconds. Discussion or on the motion, or I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously. So those 4 items are now approved. I have been reminded to ask Mr. Schultz about our closed session report.
Yes, good evening. Prior to tonight's regular session, councilmen in closed session to discuss real property negotiations. The council discussed various properties that they own on the price and terms of either a sale or lease. No action was taken that requires reporting under the Brown Act.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz, and thank you for the reminder. The next item we have on our agenda is something we call verbal communications. This is a time when anyone in the audience can address the council on something that is not on tonight's agenda. So if you're here to talk about schools, or if you're here to talk about Almond Grove, or if you're here to talk about the town's donation policy, you can fill out one of these yellow cards that you see in the benches in front of you with your name and the number of the items that you wish to speak on, and then I'll call your name when we come to that item. if you'd like to talk about something different, now is your opportunity to do that. I do have one card. And forgive me if I get your name wrong, but you know who you are. Brendan or Breeden, Elliot, Elena, Fox, Sophie, Grace, Jocelyn, Rodman, are you here? Come on up. And please introduce yourselves better than I did. And you have 3 minutes. Go over there, and one of you decide to be the main spokesperson and use the microphone.
So
And
first we're going to talk about who we are, and then we'll
Okay.
each individually say. Hello, we are Treasures for Teens. So Treasures for Teens' sole mission is to provide age-appropriate gifts for underprivileged teens 11 years and up. Treasures for Teens is a fiscally sponsored program of the Catalyst for Youth Incorporation, a public charity and educational nonprofit dedicated to serving teens and young adults. I'm Jocelyn Pennifield, a junior at Los Gatos High School. I am the chairperson for Treasures for Teens.
I'm Jackie Craig. I'm the chair for fundraising, and I'm also a junior attending Los Gatos High.
Okay, and you have a great voice that we can all hear, but you can actually take that microphone out and pass it around if you'd like.
Okay, great.
Just yank it.
I'm Rodman Stollmuller. I am a junior at Los Gatos High School. I'm the treasurer.
I'm Brandon Katz. I'm a junior at Los Gatos High School, and I'm a volunteer for Treasures for Teens.
I'm Elliot Bialik. I am a junior at Los Gatos High School, and I am the marketing chairman.
I'm Grace Sells. I'm also a junior at Los Gatos High School, and I'm a volunteer.
I'm Elena Fox. I am a 7th grader at Raymond J. Fisher Middle School. I am also a volunteer for Treasures for Teens.
I'm Sophie Mortaz. I'm the vice chair. I go to Los Gatos High School. I'm a junior, and here we go. So our primary goal by the end of the year is to raise $25,000. That money will go towards purchasing gifts to go towards the 800 and or more teens that we will be serving this year. We also want to make sure that we are assisting the Campbell Toy Drive program to procure age-appropriate gifts for these teens.
We are collaborating with the Chamber Campbell Community Foundation. We had a Whole Food event with 5% funds that raised $5,600. We are also having a holiday dinner, and our goal is to raise $5,000. We estimate 200 people will attend. We are also assisting with Oktoberfest.
Hi. So I'm working with the events that Treasures for Teens personally are holding. And so the first event we are trying to get adults involved. And so the first event we have planned is a salsa dance, and our targeted goal is 4,000. We also have an event for teens, and so we will be doing an all-nighter, which is a game night where teens will attend, and we're planning to raise $3,000. We also have a holiday haunted house night, a poker night that are also for adults, crowdfunding, and our project to date, which we have calculated planned, is $6,000, and what we need is $8,500.
Montessorino has already granted us $1,500 for our cause. We are asking for the same, if not more, from you guys. It will benefit the 800 underprivileged teens in our community.
That little red light means that you guys are done. But for the town to take any action, the council is going to have to decide. So I'm going to have Ms. Pravetti explain that to you, hopefully.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, we don't have a specific line item that is available for council discretion, but we can perhaps put something on a future agenda for council consideration in terms of where we might have some discretionary funds available for this cause if the council wishes to support it.
Thank you. That means that we can't make any decision on tonight because it hasn't been noticed. But for those of people that are in the audience who are interested in your project, can you give us some contact information where people might find out more about what you're doing?
We also have brought some flyers with us that are coming for events, so if you guys would like to take a look.
Okay, and so we're going to suggest maybe that you don't put them on the table because we don't want people to come up there, but
the lobby has an area where you could put that, and then that way our members of the public could take them as they leave the chamber.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, as I'm going to do with everyone else, if you finished and you're just talking, if you could take it outside so we can continue our meeting, that would be fantastic. And thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, before I start in with the public hearings, just a little reminder for everybody. I recognize lots of you, but just to tell you how we do go about the public hearings. The first thing we'll do is we'll have a report from the staff member who is responsible for the report that we have. The council has received a report prepared by the staff, letters from interested parties. Your letters or emails from members of the community have been compiled for us as well. So we've had the opportunity to read all of those. And that's true for our remaining items. After that staff report, the council may have questions for the staff person that is presenting that report. Normally what we do is just ask for procedural questions at that time that give the council an opportunity to understand exactly what they're being asked to do, or some technical question before we hear members of the public. Once that's done, I'll call on anyone who has put in a card to speak on a particular item. If you've put in a card to speak, you have 3 minutes to talk. You'll come up to the podium and talk to the council. When the green light's on, you're fine. When the yellow light's on, that means you have 30 seconds. When the red light's on, that means you're done, and I'll politely remind you that you're done. But when you're done, that the council may have questions for you, so please don't run back to your seat before you see if there's questions for you. Once that is completed, I'll close the public hearing, and the council will ask more questions of staff if they have them, and then we'll have a discussion and hopefully a motion and a conclusion for actions that we take this evening. What I'm going to ask you to do, because we have a lot of people that want to speak on the particular items before us tonight, if you hear someone that has stood up and has made your point in a very eloquent and wonderful way, consider whether or not you need to make that as well. Consider whether or not that point has been adequately addressed. And I'd also say to you, if you are concerned about that, ask people in the room who might agree with you to stand so that you all don't have to come up and talk. You can. I don't want to discourage anyone, but please consider whether or not you should make the same point if you've heard it made well. Because we do want to give everyone an opportunity to be heard, and we do want to be able to have a chance to fully debate those issues that are before us tonight. We'd also ask those of you that are interested, please don't clap, applaud, hiss, boo, smirk, steer, whatever it might be, because give that person who's speaking the same respect that you would want to have given to you if you're the speaker. So with that, we're going to call first item 5, which is our discussion on school facilities fees. So who's going to be giving us our report? Mr. Schultz.
Yes, good evening again. Based on the length of your agenda tonight, I intend to be very brief. I've given you a lengthy staff report, and there was also an addendum and a desk item on this issue. Briefly, back in April, the town received from the Los Gatos Unified School District a request to set an additional school development fee for interim facilities in the amount of $9.57 per residential development. At your September 1st meeting, the town council approved for introduction and first reading an ordinance to allow for interim school facilities fees. However, at that meeting, the town council raised several legal issues about the preemption and applicability of SB 50, which is the school development fee. And the council was concerned about the maximum allowed school fee that could be assessed, and also the use of the interim fees for the purchase of land. After reviewing all of the statutes and law concerned with this area, I have concluded that adopting an ordinance and fee as requested by the school district would result in costly litigation, and the fee would be overturned by the courts. This is because SB 50, which was adopted in 1998, severely limits the ability of the town and cities to impose school development fees. Unfortunately, the school district's request of $9.57 would exceed the maximum cap that's allowed under the law and under the school development fees as set forth in SB 50. Also, even if the fee proposed by the school district didn't exceed the maximum amount, the school district's findings for an interim facilities fees do not comply with the legal requirements set forth in the code, and those reasons are all set forth in the report and the resolution. I think quite telling and very important is to understand that since SB 50 was passed in 1998, not a single town or city in the state of California has passed and implemented the fee that the school district is requesting that you adopt and pass here today. I think that really shows that SB 50 was supposed to be the law. It was supposed to give us the cap that was allowed. And so my conclusion is that by adopting this fee, we would, again, be embroiled in litigation that could be costly for the city and I think ultimately would be overturned. And the final issue I would bring up is the fact that any fees that you set across the board, but specifically in this situation, there has to be a nexus between the fee and the cause of that fee. In this case, you'd have to link the reason why you're having this fee is caused by new development. And unfortunately, in the findings, even adopted by the school district, they have the quote that a minimum amount of new housing units built within the district boundaries suggests growth was caused by other factors than new development. By making that statement, we have a difficult time making a nexus between the new development and the reasons for overcrowding. Now, I make these conclusions very difficultly because we understand the school district's position. We don't want to minimize that problem. We know there's overcrowding that they've experienced, whether it's by new development or by other changes in the way we live and commute. Those are all important. And so I wrestled with this quite a bit on not just denying the findings and denying the fee, but coming up with a resolution that I think addresses their concerns. It supports the school district's overcrowding statements. It alleviates their concerns with the overcrowding, but at the same time, it denies the fees. And so I think we've meet a middle ground there where we're able to adopt a resolution that hopefully addresses their concerns. It has language in that about encouraging the town to work with them on ways to alleviate the overcrowding and encourages developers to work with the school district. And maybe we can come up with other mechanisms, but at the same time, I don't believe the council has the ability to adopt a fee that's just simply not allowed under the state codes, and also no other city or town has done so that I have found in the whole state. With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
And before I call on others for questions, I just want to make sure procedurally the things that the council is considering tonight. First is whether or not to adopt an ordinance as proposed from our September 1st meeting, correct?
Correct.
Second is whether or not to concur in and or adopt those findings that have been made by the school district in conjunction with that ordinance request. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the third thing is whether or not to adopt a resolution that's been proposed in our staff report that is attachment 7 that you described.
Correct.
Okay.
And my recommendation is not to adopt the ordinance and to adopt attachment 7, which is the resolution which applauds the efforts of the school district to alleviate overcrowding, but at the same time denies the fee.
Okay, thank you. Other questions the council has before we hear from the public? Okay, thank you. I'm going to just call cards. So I'll call a couple at a time. As you hear your name, if you could sort of come to the front and be ready, we would appreciate it. So Gary Worsham, followed by Dave Lamferman.
Evening. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Gary Worsham. I live on Madrone Drive. I've got 2 kids in 7th grade at Fisher. They've spent their entire school careers in LGUSD. I've also participated as a parent volunteer on the Imagine 2022, which was the long-range facilities planning project that the district undertook a couple years ago. And I'm currently secretary of the Measure E, or I've been secretary of the Measure E Citizens Bond Oversight Committee, which does our best to make sure that the bond funds are spent in accordance with the project list there. My understanding is that Fisher Middle School is currently at about 30% over its design capacity. And you guys, I think you'll all understand that Blossom Hill and Van Meter are at about 700. Demographic studies show continued pressure on the public schools. Doesn't sound like there's really any disagreement about that. If you go to Fisher at lunchtime and imagine another half as many kids, you'll get a picture in your mind of how many would have to be on that site to actually be considered overcrowded by the California Department of Education. So I encourage you to at least support the findings of overcrowding. I'm not going to attempt to, sideline the legal discussion there. Whatever you decide, I would encourage you to continue to engage actively with the school district to manage and plan for a continually growing student population without anywhere to go except up. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Worsham? Thank you, sir. Dave Lanferman, followed by Daniel Snyder.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. My name is Dave Lanferman. I'm an attorney practicing in Palo Alto. Since the mid-1980s, I've practiced extensively in the area of school facilities finance. Bearing in mind the mayor's comments earlier, I will not try to repeat what has been said already. Specifically, I thought that the town attorney's summary of the issue was excellent on what is otherwise a very complicated area of law. Essentially, what the school district has asked the town to do is take an action that hasn't been taken anywhere in the last 15 years in the state of California, and to go back to a 1977 state law that has effectively been superseded by what is known as SB 50 that was adopted by the legislature in 1998 and was confirmed in a statewide vote in Proposition 1A in November 1998 with a $10 billion state bond issue. Essentially what happened was the building industry together with the education community came up with an approach that was a comprehensive statewide funding for school facilities based on a three-legged approach, with a third of the money coming from the state through these state bond initiatives, a third of the funding to be raised by the local school district, and the balance to come from developer fees. That approach has worked well throughout California for the last 15 years. There's no reason for the town to embark on what is essentially an approach that is no longer used anywhere else. The issue for our point of view is that the legal approach taken is not appropriate. It's separate from the policy question of whether or not there's a need for school facilities. I don't think we dispute the importance of education. We appreciate your consideration of our comments, which were submitted in my letter attached to the desk item. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Lanferman, just for the record, to make sure, I don't know if you said it, but you're here representing the Building Industry Association, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Lanferman? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you. I wanted to know if you were aware or have knowledge of what the city of Morgan Hill may or may not have adopted in 2006 and 2004?
No, I read the desk item summary in which it appears the town attorney did the actual research and confirmed that that was not an ordinance adopted by the Morgan Hill City Council, but rather was a voter-adopted measure which has not been implemented. The wording of the Morgan Hill ordinance was in the nature of an emergency ordinance in which towns may be empowered to take certain actions. It did not specifically authorize Morgan Hill to adopt the kind of fees that the district has asked here, and I don't think Morgan Hill has ever sought to impose fees under the 1977 Act.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Daniel Snyder, followed by Amy Despars.
Hello, thank you for having this opportunity for us all to talk. My name is Dan Snyder. I'm a parent of a 9 and 11-year-old child who have spent their careers so far in the Los Gatos Union School District. I'm currently the chair of the district's Financial Advisory Committee. I've been involved since before my children started school. I was involved in the Los Gatos Education Foundation. I have been the president of the foundation. I have donated a lot of money and time. In fact, I was actually the Volunteer of the Year, which is my personal highest award I've ever earned. SB 50 was not comprehensive, only that it implied everyone is responsible, but none accountable, especially the developers. They even got San Jose to cave in on their ordinances because developers have lots of money. First, it failed to address the long-term needs. The cap on fees that was established 17 years ago didn't allow for cost escalation. As we all know, costs here, especially building costs, have skyrocketed. Land has gone up, I think, approximately tenfold in that time. An acre of land in this community costs between $3 and $5 million. A school site, a small school site, just the land would probably be $30 million. The Imagine 2022 plan estimated that a new school would probably cost us between $60 and $100 million between the buildings, the needs for other space. The district has looked at its future and growth, and while it may have phrased something talking about past growth not being the driver, but we've done everything we could with 2 bond measures. In fact, I volunteered on them to address rebuilding every school, to add capacity. So we've done what we can. We have a future plan. In fact, the FAC looked at this. The problem is even the incremental growth costs too much. The incremental growth driven by developers in the future. Each child, basically the $9.57 would only cover just the cost of a classroom. It doesn't cover the cost of the rest of a school, the land, the gyms, the cafeterias. It's something that I wish there was an easy solution. I wish the state hadn't caved with a terrible thing in the past. But, the fact is this is not an onerous cost for the builders and the developers. In fact, that the developers of the North 40 voluntarily have agreed to give actually more than this proposed cost to us. So there are solutions. I just don't know. I hope you will look out for other ones. Other communities have actually created shared sales tax that they share with their schools. There are other ways of imposing fees. This town could buy the land and allow the school to use its limited bonding capacity to build the school on that space, or come up with creative things. And that's why I would ask you to direct town staff and this community to rise together and rise above our solutions, because the needs are there no matter what the law says. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Amy Despars, then Leanne Marcellin.
Hi, my name's Amy Despars. I've lived here my whole life. My family's been part of this community for over 70 years. I am a parent. I am a teacher at Blossom Hill School for the last 21 years, and I'm a very involved teacher and community member. I've spoken at many town council meetings, planning commission meetings, pleading the town council to control the growth of this wonderful community, not only for our schools, but for the community itself. I have stood up here for the last 20 years begging, and now I feel like we can't go backwards, and we need to figure something out, not just for our schools, but for our community. We cannot go backwards. Just tonight, I drove out Dave's Avenue. I turned left on Winchester, sat in traffic, turned right on Lark Avenue, sat in traffic. I got right past University Avenue, and a fire truck came behind us. Unfortunately, the fire truck couldn't go down any of the lanes on the right-hand side. They had to go around, drive completely down the left side of Lark Avenue, all the way up to Highway 17. My son was in the car. He said, "Mom, that was so scary." And it brings me back to when we were fighting the North 40, and there was a woman standing up here, and she was a nurse, and she said, "What are we going to do? Ambulances and fire trucks cannot get through this town. We need to do something." So I'm begging you right now to come up with some solutions, not just for our schools, but also for our town. My girlfriend was just in Middleton, evacuated, and she told me how scary it was. And so when I was sitting on Lark Avenue, that's what went through my head. If there was a fire in this town, what would we be doing? How would we get out? I mean, there's no way. It is just crazy. So now I'm going to go back to the schools. So Sorry, but that really was a very eye-opening experience. I didn't even want to come to this meeting tonight till after that happened. But I do think that our schools are suffering immensely. We are bursting at the seams. We need the town to concur with the Los Gatos Union School District recommendations to help alleviate the overcrowding of our schools and our community. I am so grateful to Dr. Diana Body and her team. She's the first superintendent in the last 10 years who has thoroughly researched the needs of our district so that we can grow in a healthy way. Families in this community, I have neighbors living down the street in apartments, family of 5s living in 2-bedroom apartments to go to the schools here. The schools are what bring people here. That's what driving our property tax up. I'm just really begging you to come up with some really creative solutions. And I leave here with one question. Over the years, I've stood here and I've heard over and over and over, we need to work with the developers, we need to work with the developers. Most of the developers don't live here. Why do we always have to accommodate them? Why can't we listen to our community? Listen to the people who live here every day. I am begging you.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions. You're running away. Nope, thank you. Leanne Marcellin, and then Diana Abadi. Leanne Marcellin and company.
Yes, we travel in a pack. Good evening, Mayor Jensen and Town Council members. My name is Leanne Marcellin, and I'm President of the Board of Trustees of the Los Gatos Union School District. I want to thank you again for considering our notice of overcrowding. On behalf of my fellow board members standing here with me, I strongly urge the council to concur with our finding of overcrowding and to adopt the ordinance in support of those findings. The Los Gatos Union School District has provided the town council with overwhelming evidence that our schools are overcrowded, and we have asked for mitigation under the School Facilities Act. We hope that you will provide us with relief under that law. Thank you.
Let's see if there's questions.
Sorry.
You have one. Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you, Ms. Marcellin. You were here at the last meeting when there was a lot of discussion about legal interpretations. Based on the information provided and the different versions of resolutions now on the table, do you have any comment on the specific draft, attachment 7, the resolution that is being proposed?
Yes, what we asked for earlier this week was at the very least a clean resolution concurring with our notice of overcrowding. I mean, again, there's no I don't hear any argument about that. We're overcrowded. According to any measure of that, we're overcrowded. So what we would most what we would most like is not only the concurrence with the overcrowding, but obviously the ordinance as well. As far as the fee structure, I understand that I do understand there are concerns about the fee structure. The legal advice we went with the legal advice that we were given when we originally drafted our notice of finding of overcrowding. Nonetheless, even if we take that part aside, we very much would like a resolution that concurs with our findings. And again, if you pass the ordinance, that doesn't necessarily mean you have to impose fees immediately or you know, that could be sometime in the future. And again, I think people in the audience are talking very much about creative solutions. And what we would love to do is just keep talking to the town council and about creative solutions so that we can alleviate this problem. But, excuse me, I digress slightly. We would like a resolution that concurs with our findings, yes, which would be 1 through 6, items 1 through 6 in the resolution, which is item 7 in your packet. Sorry.
Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Diana Body, followed by Dennis Martin.
We have some students here this evening who are getting...
They need to go home and do their homework.
They all know me, too. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Town Council, and staff. I'm Superintendent Diana Abadi, and with me again this evening is Assistant Superintendent Martin Fregosa. We are here speaking to you this evening to share the views of the parents, the teachers, and staff of the Los Gatos Union School District in support of an ordinance and a resolution to address overcrowding in our K-8 schools. Specifically, we want to raise an important point regarding the education of our students in Los Gatos. First, we believe the town, the district, and BIA are all mindful of the imposing constraints of Senate Bill 50 and the School Facilities Act. We see them as two separate items. Next, in conversation with the BIA rep, Dennis Martin, today, I shared that the town staff issued the desk item on December 14th, 2014, stating that the district had the option to go down the School Facilities Act Government Code 65970. And I'm stating the staff report because it's important, because this is the reason we went down this path. The staff report stated that the School Facility Act provides a means for overcrowding, and that the school district, upon making written findings and establishing a schedule of fees, must request the local council to adopt an ordinance. Now, that comes off of your staff report. That is why we went down this path. So with all due respect to each entity here this evening, we are educators. We want to educate the students of this community. The district has done just that. We have done exactly what the town has asked us to do. We have provided the town with the findings and a fee schedule as outlined in the staff report, which we maintain is in compliance with Senate Bill 50 and the School Facilities Act. Again, two separate codes here that we're talking about. The district has done everything in its power, from passing parcel tax and bond measures, working with developers, and submitting the notice of findings of overcrowding to mitigate the impact of development on our high-quality schools. Finally, the district respects the authority of this town council, but we also maintain that the adoption of the ordinance and the resolution is permissible and reasonable to address the town, district, and community so that we can continue to work together to provide a stellar education for the students in Los Gatos. We've also done a lot of research, and we're here and ready to provide more information to the council members needed to adopt such ordinance and resolution. Thank you.
Okay, there's probably going to be questions for you. Vice Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. You mentioned that the staff report from our council in December of 2014 suggested or directed that the school follow this process of 65973. Do you recall what the agenda item was or what the staff report was? Because I don't remember off the top of my head.
Sure, I brought it with me so that I and
Just
I
so
know that you're
happened.
always looking for a solution. So it was on the North 40 specific plan. It was prepared by Laurel Prevetti, and it gave and it provided the remarks in the school considerations, spoke to level 1, level 2, level 3 fees, of which we've done all of our work, and I can answer any question about level 2 and level 3. And I quoted what I quoted tonight, which is what I highlighted on here, and if you'd want me to read it, that's what it states. It says that the School Facilities Act, Government Code 65970, provides a means for overcrowded school districts to receive fees for interim school facilities necessitated by new residential development. School districts, upon making written findings of overcrowding and establishing a schedule of fees to pay for the interim facilities, must request that the local council or board of supervisors adopt an ordinance imposing such fees. Fees collected under the School Facilities Act can be used for the construction or reconstruction allowable, and the board must hold a public hearing on the subject of the proposed expenditure. And then it cites again government code. This is the reason we went through this process, so that's why I'm stating with all due respect, we've done everything we were kind of asked to do. Yep.
Follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The follow-up would be, then did you go directly from the staff report to the April application, or did you go through your own attorney as an interim step?
So before we even went to our attorney, we went to level 2, level 3, and we can quote why we don't meet level 2 and level 3. I mean, if you want more specifics of that, we brought that with us this evening. Then we sought counsel for our council, and that's why we went the notice of findings of overcrowding. So we went through every possible process that we could go through. We also want to know that part of not meeting the requirements for level 2 and level 3 is the bonding capacity. The district just recently found out that we have bonding capacity maybe in the year 2016 for $30 million. We know that we need $50 million for the purchase of land and to build a school. The earliest that we can see that kind of bonding capacity now, because we've already taxed the community at over $120 million, will probably be somewhere in the 2018-2020. We're looking at $60 to $80 million. So over the last 5 years since we've been here, we've done our facility needs analysis, which was our Imagine campaign, and we're going to revitalize it, calling it the Reimagine Long-Term Facilities Plan, because we need to start planning because we can see it coming. You're welcome.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Superintendent Abadi, I had a question. You had sent us a letter asking us to divide the resolution in attachment 7 into 2 pieces, the 1 through 6 and the 7 through 12. What's the need to do it that way?
Well, again, I'm going to say that we agree to disagree on what we believe the interpretation of it. So we saw that this is 2 separate issues. We see the Senate Bill 50 as one issue, and we respect that. We respect the imposing of the fees in level 1, 2, and 3. What we're asking for is something completely different, and that's why we want the resolution to be separate from the Senate bill and the fee structure. So what we want you to concur with is that we are overcrowded, and that's why we saw 2 separate resolutions. And in my letter, I said, if needed, which I believe, and this is the legalities that I will not question what Mr. Schultz has to say, if a resolution needs to be passed regarding the denying of the fees, then pass that resolution, but separate it from our notice of findings. At least state that you concur with our notice of findings. And then the generic ordinance is what we're asking you to adopt. We're not asking you at this point to adopt the fee structure tied to that, but a generic ordinance that we have seen and we've noted and we've quoted to you that are still on the books in many municipalities. But I would concur with Mr. Schultz. We haven't found any that have implemented, but they are alive and well. And I want to address, if I may, Councilmember Sayak's question about the Morgan Hill one. You know, we've done our research too, so again, I'm more versed in planning than I ever want to be, and I need to get back to education. But we have contacted Michelle Wilson, who is the Deputy City Clerk at Morgan Hill. In email exchanges today and looking at the ordinance, we would concur that the City Council brings forth the adoption of this ordinance because the voters of Morgan Hill are really concerned about the overcrowding. So I think it's taken out of context when we say that they didn't pass the ordinance. They did pass the ordinance, but they have something in place that this town doesn't. They have what's in place called the Residential Development Control System, which is called the RDCS. The town of, the people of Morgan Hill, since 77, the city of Morgan Hill brings forth this, the voters bring this forth, and the town, or the city of Morgan Hill, continues to bring forth it again for adoption in 2004 and 2006. So it is standing with the emergency code that if the schools are overcrowded, the city of Morgan Hill is working together with the school districts to make sure that there's not overdevelopment in town. And it's not just the schools, it's all entities, it's all police, fire, everything. And so, and I have all of that too. I didn't supply that if the council members would like that.
Just a follow-up. So as you talk and I think about it, so what you really need is 1 through 6 and more if you could get it. You don't need 7 through 12. In fact, we don't even need a resolution on that if the town attorney agrees. What you really want is a resolution with 1 through 6 because 7 through 12 basically talk about not the $9, rejecting the $9 fee.
Again, we will agree to disagree, and we can bring forth a revised notice of findings if you like, but at this point, we would hope that you would pass a generic ordinance, that resolution 1 through 6, but if necessary, for legalities, that's why we're saying separate the resolutions.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
Ms. Abadi, I'm sure you've read the staff report. One of the alternatives, although it's not recommended, should the ordinance be passed, a resolution come back that contains indemnification from the school district. Is that something that you and your board of trustees have discussed?
We have not talked about indemnification, so if that is of interest, then I'll have to bring it back to the board for a closed session matter for discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Dr. Abadi, I have some questions for you, or Mr. Fergosi, I'm not sure. At our September 1st meeting, Mr. Fergosi, I think it was you who said that you wanted to use the requested funds to buy 6 acres of land to build a new school. Am I right in remembering that?
That is correct.
Okay. So I'm looking at the Act 65970, and it's what Dr. Abadi quoted. You can use it for interim school facilities. And so it says you can have land or fees or both only for the purpose of interim facilities. You can't purchase, if fees are used to purchase land, no more land shall be purchased than is necessary for the placement thereon of interim facilities. And so to me, that means portables. So tell me how your proposal to use money from fees collected on your proposal matches the government code section you want us to employ for interim facilities.
Our understanding was that you could use basically those fees to purchase the land that you would need for those interim facilities, which in our case would be to house 305 students. And so our understanding was that you could use those fees for the purchase of land.
So, Dr. Body or you, I'll say that I understood from you last time, maybe you think of interim facilities differently than I or the law. When I see interim facilities and I read this law that says if a developer does it, it's whatever they put on there has to be removed in 5 years, or you can lease land at the equivalent of 5 years of lease payments for the interim facilities, that means to me portables. And what I'm hearing you request is land to build a permanent school, but maybe you're thinking that somewhere along the line we'll have something better than this, but this is our interim school. I'm trying to understand that maybe you mean something different than by interim than I mean by interim.
I think the code, so again, I'm going to answer the code. So the code, I have to quote it, I have to find it, but also says the dedication of land or land acquisition. I think that is where we're getting caught up with land acquisition. So our interpretation of the code, which is the 65970, is that the monies could be used for the acquisition of land. It doesn't just say the leasing of land. So this is where we agree to disagree. We read it as acquisition of land is not an interim solution, that once you own land and you acquire it, who would we be giving it back to? So there's an exception in the law, which is where the law is gray. So we're reading it that way. The interim, to your point, is correct. We would then use the monies to acquire the land of which we would put the portables on. Now, if that's not stated correctly, that was the intent of it, and we would be happy to revise any of the language, but that's how we're reading it, and that's where legal counsel gave us their opinion of that.
Okay, so your legal counsel believes that you're interpreting it correctly, because when I look at the code section, it does say allow for dedication of land and or collection of fees as a condition to the approval of a residential development if all of the following occur, one of those being no more land shall be purchased than is necessary for the placement thereon of interim fees. And I also read that as a condition on a particular residential development. Can you tell me what your legal counsel said about that?
Regarding a condition of one, we never had that conversation.
Okay. Then I don't want to belabor that anymore, but one of the things that we've been discussing is that the argument is, well, the law is on the books, so it must be okay. And so many cities have laws that say you can't spit on the sidewalk or you can't chew gum, or Los Gatos used to have one that said you can shoot a firearm in your yard if you've got more than 5 acres in the hillside. And towns and cities and jurisdictions don't take the action to rescind those because they know they're unenforceable, and there's a lot of procedures that go into rescinding them. But when I looked at your list, it was this was passed before 1998, but no action's been taken, and it's still on the books. So to me, still on the books isn't a compelling argument that it's valid. So I'm curious what you or your lawyer would comment about that.
Still on the books, we agree to disagree, that we still believe it's valid. And what you see in some of the towns where the ordinances are a lot of mutual benefit agreements or mitigation agreements. So the ordinance helps us in conversations with developers. So if we're not going to agree on a fee structure, that ordinance puts a mechanism in place that allows us to have conversations with the developers before development gets approved, so that we can have this community kind of conversation between the impact on any development. And we're calling them the infills here in Los Gatos, not the one development, because every little infill development is contributing to our overcrowding. And for anyone out there, the infills are anything that's more than one. So that is how we're reading the law there. Again, we can agree to disagree, but that was the legal's opinion to us.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dennis Martin, and then Nicole Reginelli.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Dennis Martin, speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. I'm here to continue to voice BIA opposition and objection to the legally inappropriate request by the Los Gatos Union School District for the Town Council to take action to establish unlawful new development exactions and fees. BIA supports the town staff recommendation that the Town Council should not adopt any proposed ordinance to establish new exactions of property or fees under the old and superseded Government Code Section 65970, and that the Council decline to concur in the district's findings submitted under the 1977 Act. In all correspondence submitted to you on this matter, BIA has forcefully argued that the prevailing statute governing school facilities is SB 50, the 1998 School Facilities Program Act, and that the district is attempting to run around this act and to evade the clear school mitigation limitations imposed by SB 50. SB 50 not only sets fee limits, it also prohibits the town to deny or refuse to approve development approvals or even consider the adequacy of school facilities in exercising its police powers related to planning, zoning, and development. The building industry's position is that this entire process was preempted by SB 50 in 1998, and cities cannot even consider the adequacies of school facilities in the planning process, so long as developers comply with fees under SB 50. Fundamentally, the district's proposal represents an effort to have the town shoulder the considerable legal risk associated with attempting to resurrect this anachronistic legislative regime. BIA has proved to you that the provisions of SB 50 have superseded the 1977 Act and that the district's findings of overcrowding were not legally or factually supported. This position is verified by town staff and by the district itself, which admits in its September 14th letter that, quote, we could not find a town or city implementing interim facilities fees under the 1977 Act. BIA urges you, in the strongest possible terms, to comply with staff recommendations to reject the district's request for an ordinance under the 1977 Act, and also to adopt a resolution of non-concurrence and terminate all further proceedings under the 1977 Act. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martin. Questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Question, if this council goes against its better judgment or its legal advice and adopts the ordinance, what harm does it actually cause if it's unenforceable or if it's never enacted, if it's just on the books?
What harm does it cause? My question to you is, why would you enact an ordinance that you cannot enforce? There is no enforcement capability under the 1977 Act. And it would be a waste of town effort and certainly a denial of town staff's recommendations. I might also add, it does possibly put the town at considerable legal risk going forward.
So when you mention considerable legal risk, that's only if a case is brought forward or a contest or a lawsuit or something is brought forward. If it is not enacted, if it's on the books and it's just lying there silent and no one ever brings anything forward.
I mean, before you tonight is not only this unlawful ordinance, but also the potential for enacting a resolution to concur with the school district findings. That could put the town in the position of not being able to approve any housing development unless you enact a fee.
Vice Mayor and then Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Martin, I'm a little,
fine.
you'll take Mayor Martin. I'm looking at attachment 7, which you probably don't just have it sitting there. It comes from the school district, and it has a whole number of sections. But assume for this question that the first, let's say, 5 sections have to do with findings of overcrowding. In other words, this council agreeing that the school has told us that it's overcrowded. What, from your point of view, factually and or legally. What is the problem with making that type of resolution?
In this resolution, and I am looking at the recommended resolution from the town attorney that was in attachment 7, we would object to section 4, which states that the town council supports the school district's concerns to relieve overcrowding. That certainly infers that overcrowding exists, and the BIA's position is that the school district has not completed an adequate school facilities needs analysis. We showed you an adequate school facilities needs analysis, and their analysis cannot be taken to support overcrowding. This is purely subjective. In section 5, we would also object to section 5 because it does put the town council in the position of strongly encouraging developers to collaborate with the school district, and we feel that that does impose on SB 50. That it's one thing to say we would like our developers to cooperate with the school district. It's another to say we strongly urge you to go to the district and cut a deal. We also object to section 6. The town council of Los Gatos shall work with the school district to seek additional mitigation. We believe that the school district the town should not be in the position of negotiating with the developer. This is a SB 50 particularly extracts the town from negotiations with between developers and school districts, and to us these sections are problematic in this proposed resolution. Developers are used to working with school districts throughout the state of California, and there are a number of reasons why developers want to do that, and school districts benefit from that relationship. Sometimes the town does get involved, I'm sure, but under the law, they are extracted from the process.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, as a follow-up, you have told us what problems or concerns you have with some of the sections between 1 and 6. And I can appreciate that from the point of view of the developer builder. But in those sections, 1 through 6, do you see any illegality?
You know what? I'm going to have to turn to my counsel here to ask him if he sees any illegality here.
So actually, when the speakers come up, you get your 3 minutes. Sir, you've already had your 3 minutes. If you can't answer the question, we might ask our counsel that later, but why don't you give us your opinion? But I can't allow, pretty soon everybody's going to be jumping up and asking somebody else to come and talk with them.
Sure. I can't say that I see any illegality, but I do see inappropriateness in this resolution, in the wording of this resolution.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Vice Mayor Spector had asked a couple of my own questions, but I wanted to really focus us. I understand your position on the ordinance and SB 50, but again, I want to focus on the actual concurrence of findings. You mentioned that the school district has not met the threshold of proving overcrowded based on the findings that they submitted on September 1st. But isn't that the findings necessary to get to these level 2 and level 3s under the needs analysis that SB 50?
No, they're not. There is a much different and more rigorous regime under SB 50 to determine whether or not a school can go to, a district can go to level 2 fees.
Okay.
And this analysis is done under the old regime of the 1977 Act. So it cannot find overcrowding in today's legal atmosphere.
Who determines the overcrowding if not the district themselves? That's what I'm trying to understand. Who do they submit the findings to in SB 50 that determines whether or not they've met that criteria?
The state of California.
The state of California?
Right.
Okay. And then the last question I had, you mentioned prior when answering Vice Mayor Spector's questions that it's subjective. What exactly were you referring to as was subjective?
Well, this draft resolution, uses terms like overcrowding, seek additional mitigation, and it kind of throws around some terms that are subjective because we hold that under the 1977 or under SB 50, the 1977 Act is superseded. That any findings of analysis of overcrowding under that act are moot. That the regime under SB 50 is the one that prevails, and that the school district needs to find overcrowding or the need for more facilities, let's put it that way, under the law, the current law of the state of California, not under SB 201. Did I answer your question? Those are terms that they're loaded terms. They lead you down a path to overcrowding. Well, that can't be defined under the information that's been provided by the school district.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, I have questions for you, sir. I'll start where you just left off. When I look at the proposed resolution, sections 1 through 6, yes, it uses the word overcrowding. However, it doesn't refer to any legal section. It only says the town shall comply with SB 50. Okay, we have to do that. That's the law of California. But I could say this room here is overcrowded, and it wouldn't be illegal or inappropriate. It'd be my opinion. But there's nothing in the resolution that's relating the overcrowding with a specific provision of law with a definition of overcrowding
But
under that.
you're not proposing a resolution adopted by the council for the town that this room is overcrowded.
No. I'm just using that as, excuse me.
But if you're using
sir,
that as an
let me
example,
just explain my question better, and then I'll wait for you to finish, and then you wait for me to finish. I'm using that as an example of how people can use the English language, and then I'm going to refer back to the resolution. Sections 1 through 6 of the resolution use the English word overcrowding. They do not use that word in the context of overcrowding as defined in SB 50 or overcrowding as defined in SB 201. They simply say the council agrees that acknowledges that the Los Gatos Union School District has said that its schools are overcrowded. It doesn't relate that to a code section. So now I'm asking you, what's inappropriate about that?
Well, again, we find this to be, you're adopting a resolution that will be applied I presume, through the city. Resolutions have weight. Your actions have weight. You're adopting overcrowding, seek additional mitigation, and other terms in this resolution, or you're proposing to anyway, in this draft resolution that we find objectionable. They are in effect a backdoor concurrence with the school district findings.
Okay, thank you.
We do not believe that those are factually supported.
Okay, objectionable but not illegal. Okay, so my second question goes back to your proposal that SB 201, the 1977 Act, has been superseded. And so I wanted to get your opinion statement about if that is the case. You've heard what the school district's position is and whether that's right, wrong, or indifferent. SB 50 actually mentions the 1977 Act, and there is nothing that you've presented us with, a court decision, another law, something, specifically overturning the 1977 Act or specifically superseding it. So could you give me your argument as to why it is, in your opinion, explicitly superseded?
Well, about 30 years of history, for one thing. Since the mid-'80s, that law has been evolving, and then in 1998, it was adopted, as Mr. Lamperman stated. It was also adopted by the voters in the state of California who adopted the bond measure. So, we see the adoption of SB 50 as superseding that legislation entirely. In fact, the town staff, the school district, both stated that SB 201 was dropped by every municipality that had adopted the ordinance before 1998. That is compelling evidence that SB 50 is the prevailing legislation. That if you're seeking a loophole in trying to, turn back the clock to 1977, it won't work. This is a complete and compelling piece of legislation, and that has been supported not only by your staff, but other staffs as well. We provided a memo from the city attorney of San Jose that essentially laid aside their own school mitigation fee measure in favor of SB 50, because that was the concurrence of many, all really, school finance experts in the state of California.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Martin? Thank you, sir. Nicole Reginelli and then Deborah Weinstein.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen and Town Council members. My name is Nicole Reginelli, and I have lived in Los Gatos since 2001. When we moved here, we chose Los Gatos because it was a wonderful small town, but primarily because it was a great small town with amazing schools. And we chose Los Gatos because of the quality of education, and we wanted to raise our 3 sons here. As illustrated by the fact that homes located in the Los Gatos Union School District boundaries sell for an average of $200,000 more than comparable homes on the other side of the school district boundaries, there are many other residents that have made the same choice to move here to Los Gatos. In fact, too many of us have moved here to Los Gatos in order to enjoy the quality of the educational system. So many that our schools are now overcrowded and bursting at the seams. That is why I am requesting that you support the Los Gatos Union School District's notice of findings of overcrowding. Our schools are maxed out. The current enrollment is at an all-time high. We have a middle school the size larger than many high schools. It's affecting our abilities to educate the children of Los Gatos. This affects the whole town, not just the segment of families with school-aged children. Why should the rest of the town care? The residents without school-aged kids, well, those families might have kids in college or beyond already, but at some point, they might want to downsize and sell their property. Good schools mean high property values. If our schools get so maxed out that the quality of our education and school scores go down, then the property values go down as well. We don't want our schools to underperform. We need to help to create a temporary solution. We know the Los Gatos Union School District has a long-term plan to address the long-term growth needs with another bond measure in 2022. However, we need a temporary way to fix these current capacity issues brought on by the new developments. Please support an ordinance that would allow mitigation of school overcrowding on new development. It's the right thing to do for our town. We need to keep our schools strong. It's good for all of us, all 10,000 parcels that are within the boundaries of Los Gatos Union School District. We thank you for your support. Please support the Los Gatos Union School District Notice of Findings of Overcrowding, and please enact an ordinance that would allow mitigation of such overcrowding caused by new developments. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. Deborah Weinstein, and then Becky Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen and Town Council. My name is Deborah Weinstein, and I'm the director of the Los Gatos Education Foundation. Last night, my 15-member board voted to support these comments. The Los Gatos Education Foundation requests that you please support the Los Gatos Union School District's Notice of Findings of Overcrowding, and please enact an ordinance that would attempt to mitigate such school overcrowding caused by new development. The Los Gatos Education Foundation was founded in 1982 to address the funding gap that was present after the passing of Proposition 13. Since 1982, the foundation has raised over $10 million to enhance the school district's limited budget. With the implementation of the local control funding formula, the Los Gatos Union School District is the lowest funded school system in the county. We receive less funding per student than all of our other neighboring communities. In fact, the total amount of federal and state funding we receive prior to our share of property taxes is only $157. while the cost to educate each child approaches $10,000. As a result of this ridiculously low level of funding, each additional student has a disproportionately large impact on the existing student body. Since additional parcel taxes do not cover the full gap, we fund our educational system with private contributions, but it is not enough with our rising enrollment. Every year, the foundation, in conjunction with the home and school clubs on each of our 5 campuses, raises approximately $2.2 million. As parents, we have come together to do our part, above and beyond the taxes we pay to live in this great school district. We do this because a great education is truly what we want for our children. However, our schools are at a critical tipping point. We are overcrowded. We are making it work by squeezing in many more kids into our classrooms that were designed for fewer. Since our facilities are too small, the majority of all our school events are held outside, which seems to work now in a state without rain, for now. But we are maxed out, and we are walking on very thin ice. Our school district does have a long-term plan to address long-term facility and programmatic needs. However, in the meantime, there is still a need to mitigate additional overcrowding that is caused by new development. Good developers have realized that their projects have long-term effects on the school system and have made voluntary contributions to mitigate. We applaud that effort as the right thing to do, and we ask you, the leaders of the town of Los Gatos, to recognize that we are already overcrowded and that future development should work with the school district to mitigate the impact of their proposals. Please support the Notice of Findings of Overcrowding of the Los Gatos Union School District and enact an ordinance that would allow a mechanism for new development to mitigate school overcrowding. Our children are the future of the town of Los Gatos. As we grow as a town, we need your help to make sure this new growth does not affect our ability to educate the children of Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weinstein. Questions? Thank you very much. Becky Hansen, and then Barbara Black. Barbara Black is my last card. It is inevitable that when I say it's the last card, someone jumps up and fills out a card. So I'm telling you now, this is it. Barbara Black is the last. So Ms. Hansen.
Thank you. I tried to submit a letter, but unfortunately not in time. So my name is Becky Hansen. I sit on a variety of boards, which I'll highlight in my letter. I also want to make mention that I did work on Measure B, which was our last parcel tax we had a few years ago. Dear Mayor and Town Council, this is my 3rd year serving on the Board of Directors for the Daves Avenue Home and School Club. I'm also a current member of the Board of Directors on the Los Gatos Education Foundation. I'm writing this letter to ask you support LGUSD's Notice of Findings of Overcrowding and support an ordinance that would allow a special mitigation of school overcrowding on development. I just finished up a year-long term as president of the Home and School Club at Daves Avenue Elementary School, and I'm currently serving a term as parliamentarian. I can say unequivocally that the quality of education we've come to expect in our town is threatened by both a continuous growth in student population and a substantial financial burden brought forth from the state. Our Home and School Club must tirelessly fundraise over $250,000 just to bridge the gap between what the state provides and what we as a community desire for our public school students. These dollars go to critical components of a quality 21st century education, such as technology, classroom supplies, teacher education, reading programs, science materials, PE, and even a health clerk. Every year at Daves Avenue, we are asked to raise even more money to support programs that are impacted by our growing enrollment. And every year we comply, because to go without would be a huge detriment to our children and the quality of education we've come to expect in Los Gatos. We believe that the current children in our community right now deserve the same quality education as those children who came before, and that anything less is simply unacceptable and un-Los Gatos. The legacy of the amazing education LGUSD provides must live on for generations to come in order to maintain the core, foundation, and identity of our town. But continuous growth threatens this legacy on a daily basis and makes it a constant struggle for those in leadership positions to maintain programs and funding for our schools. Without means to provide an education to our children, the town of Los Gatos will lose a huge part of itself and will not be the same community it once was. As a parent and sitting member of 2 boards, I am writing from a nonpartisan perspective to request that the council adopt an ordinance of the town of Los Gatos modifying town code to adopt mitigation fees to relieve conditions of overcrowding in the district. A healthy school district is a key component of a great town. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hanson. Questions? No? Okay, thank you. Barbara Black.
Good evening, Mayor Jensen and Town Council. My name is Barbara Black, and we just moved here from Los Gatos last year, and I now serve on LGF and countless numbers of volunteer hours at Dave's Avenue. We moved from Los Altos to Los Gatos with a vision that we would move to a small town with an opportunity to have great involvement, and that's why I'm here tonight. I think it's important that we stop and take notice that when we make reference to numbers being impacted by changes in our community, we're actually making reference to the impact on the children of the Los Gatos community. And as an advocate for my children, who are sitting outside now, I need to state that we're not opposed to growth. However, sometimes we need to ask developers to please take a minute and slow down. Overcrowding is a serious problem. And as a result, we see negative impacts on the students' achievement, as well as on teachers and teacher morale. Students find themselves trying to learn and take tests in crowded classrooms. It's very difficult for some of the students to concentrate and lessons trying to be taught by teachers. I say trying, because last year, my son's teacher was constantly struggling to maintain order in an already very crowded classroom. Needless to say, that wasn't what I expected from the schools here in Los Gatos. So if the developers want to build and expect families to move into these houses and be happy with their houses and their community, then they need to focus on the hub of the community, which for most of us is our schools. Therefore, I strongly support the district's findings and would ask developers to meet our Los Gatos Union District prior to making final plans. I also ask the town of Los Gatos to hold developers accountable for the impact they are having on our community and especially on our children and their future. Good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Okay, that's my last card, so I'm going to close the public hearing and invite council members to ask questions that they might have of staff. Councilman Rennie, then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So my question is obviously for Mr. Schultz. As I think through this and try to figure out what's the maximum we can do for the school district, I developed what I think is an understanding, and I'm hoping you could comment and make sure I'm correct. So it sounds to me like adopting the ordinance for SB 201 is problematic, because as soon as we do that, we can't then make any kind of finding of overcrowding, because as soon as we do that, we now trigger things in that law that could put us to the point where we can't meet both laws. For example, actually the one that was mentioned was we then have to impose fees before we can approve any kind of residential, but then SB 50 says that's illegal, so we're going to be damned whether we do or damned whether we don't. Also, it seems like if we try to ask for higher fees than the level 1, since they haven't qualified for level 2, again, we're violating SB 50s. So I want to make sure that that part of my understanding is correct.
Your understanding is correct. It's very problematic, and I state that in the staff report, that even if you take the position of the school district that because SB 201 is still on the books and therefore is a valid law, you still have that problem with the cap on the fees that is put in by SB 50 that specifically states no matter how you collect school impact fees, they cannot exceed that level 1, 2, and 3 in whatever level you are at. And the school district throughout their legal arguments have just denied that ability on that cap. And I believe that is why all other jurisdictions have just abandoned this way of doing it, because it doesn't provide you another mechanism any longer once SB 50 was imposed. And then to go one step further is, although, I certainly agree with the comments that SB 50 might not be providing enough revenues for the state, and there needs to be changes in that law. This body isn't the body that can change that law. The state has to change it. And the findings that are made by the school district themselves states that the overcrowding is not caused by new development. And you have to have a nexus to get to that finding. They provided that to you. We didn't provide that to them. So that's the really problematic problem I have, the findings they provided. And then although the school district mentions that they don't have the bond capacity, they have not explained why they don't meet the other three requirements. It's very easy to understand why they don't meet the first requirement of multi-year, around-the-year schooling. The other one is a bond measure that's passed, which they meet, and they have to meet 2 out of 4. I just heard tonight for the first time they don't meet the bond capacity requirement. But the fourth one is 20% of temporary facilities. And they don't explain that anywhere in their findings, why they haven't met that mitigation measure of having 20% of temporary schoolroom facilities. And so they haven't provided you enough information to even get to those findings. And so if you were to make those findings of overcrowded, you can't get to the fee because of the cap and the other issues, which takes you back to the issue of once you make those findings of overcrowding, you can no longer, under that code section, issue any more residential permits. So you're kind of in a dual loop here if you buy into the school district's argument, unless you no longer are going to go with the no residential development. So it is possible if you wanted to do 2 resolutions, and I think the mayor hit this. I worded the overcrowding and all the terms in that so they were not under the 1977 Act. I put in the last section, in fact, if you read the last section, I'm specifically saying that your statements of overcrowding are not in concurrence with the 1977 Act. I believe, and I don't agree with BIA, the language you're using in there about strongly encouraging developers to work with the school district, and you doing everything you can to work with the school district to solve this problem. I think you're capable of doing those. There are examples of other cities and towns that have done that and worked with development agreements and other type of tax sharing agreements, and so those are within your police powers to use.
If I could just follow up on that long answer. So what we can do for the school, you've outlined in 1 through 6, and it seems to me like we could throw out 7 through 11, but you're saying we should also maybe have 12, so we could have 1 through 6 and 12. And that, so as long as we don't pass the ordinance, that allows us to say, yes, we agree, there's overcrowding. Yes, we want developers to work with the school district to, find ways to mitigate and so forth.
Well, you certainly would need in some finding to say why you didn't agree with the fee. Because if you're agreeing with the overcrowding, I mean, if it's a separate resolution that the school district wants dealing with your support and your concerns over alleviating overcrowding, that really can be a separate resolution having nothing to do with the 77 Act. It could be maybe a separate ordinance even in the lines of Morgan Hills that we can look at. But under the 1977 Act, which is what their notice to us was, we do have to respond in some form to that other than just one resolution that had the encouraging language.
But it's okay to respond in 2 separate resolutions.
We certainly could do that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For Mr. Schultz, I'm looking at attachment 7, the proposed resolution. Given what you've heard this evening from the people who testified, is there any portion of that proposed resolution which you would change?
Just a couple wordsmiths almost. In the title it talks about supporting the Board of Trustees of Los Gatos Unified School District's concerns of overcrowding. From a wordsmanship, I kind of like the wording supporting the Board of Trustees of Los Gatos Union School District's efforts to relieve overcrowding. I mean, it's just a wordsmanship. Instead of supporting their concerns, we're supporting their efforts to relieve overcrowding. And so that's just a wordsmanship is the only thing when I was looking back over it. And then there's a few typos, but that was it. There's nothing else that concerns me after everything we've heard tonight.
All right, and then the flip question would be, given what's been discussed again by the speakers and also by the council, are there any sections of that proposed resolution which you would now delete?
No.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, again, to Mr. Schultz. It sounds like tonight we've heard that we are in common agreement that we want to arrive at mitigation solutions that are legally compliant. That was in the school district's letter to us, as well as the comments that we've heard today. And based on the comments, based on the discussion, it sounds like with the resolution, there are options available to do that. We can bifurcate it so that we're legally compliant and we meet the needs. Is there an option to do that with the ordinance as well? I understand the concern with the ordinance as proposed, but is it possible to, so the first question is, what are our options today with the ordinance? We had the first reading, so does it need to be a yes or no today, or can we continue it to modify it so that all sections that refer to either SB 50 or the 1977 Act can be erased and it be language that is concurring with the resolution?
So you certainly could continue it. There's no time limit between the first reading and the second reading of an adoption of an ordinance. And so you could wait between the two hearings for a length of period of time. I see it more, though, that further research, further collaboration with the school district and even the BIA on what language could be put in the ordinance, the example of Morgan Hills, and more research if there's anything else that's been done in other cities and towns, would probably come out just as a whole different ordinance, because this one is specifically titled interim school facilities fees, and like you said, it references the 1977 Act. And so I kind of see it as certainly we could come back with an amendment of this ordinance, but I see it's more, you'd start at first reading anyways because of the wholesale changes. You might as well just start fresh.
Actually, I'll wait.
Okay. So I have some questions. So the Morgan Hill ordinance, I read that as being an emergency moratorium that gets put in place for a limited amount of time for there to be a permanent ordinance. And is that right? And there's no permanent ordinance yet?
Correct.
Okay.
But it is a very interesting, and that's the research you need, and I appreciated that from the school district because I had not seen or heard that one. I do always have concerns when it's by a citizens initiative as opposed to a town council or city council ordinance because it doesn't go through legal review and analysis. So, but it certainly is an interesting concept, and like I said, would just need more time to research that.
But the emergency ordinance is in effect a placeholder for the council to take action. It hasn't taken action yet, correct? Okay. So on the proposed resolution and the comments regarding bifurcation, the school district came to us with a request for an ordinance and a request for, and then we had to take action to adopt that, not adopt it, and concur or not concur in the findings. So as I look at section 1 through 6 of the proposed resolution, it's asking us to, or saying that we concur in the findings of overcrowding, not connected to a legal definition. And if I look at 7 through 11, to me, they're just stating a fact of what the law is and indicating that the fact is that SB 50 does X, Y, Z, and then says the fact that the 957 is over the limit of SB 50, and then indicating that we are not going to be imposing the fee, which is connected to the ordinance, essentially. So I read those sections as responding to what the school district had to say and protecting ourselves to indicate that we understand that SB 50 is out there and that we know what the limitations are to guard ourselves from potential litigation, that we don't know what we're doing. And those are just in there as a factual recitation. Am I right about that?
Well, they're actually findings, because if you look at the now therefore, the town council, the town of Los Gatos does find and resolve as follows. So you're making those findings that, SB 50 is expressly provides for the amount of fees like found under section 8. So you're making those findings, that those are all applicable to this situation.
And that is not contradictory to agreeing that the school district says that they're overcrowded.
Correct.
And asking there to be cooperation.
Correct.
Right? And it doesn't preclude creative solutions.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay. Does anyone want to try for discussion and or a motion? Councilwoman Sayak?
Okay, if it's okay with the mayor, I'd like to do this in several steps instead of one sweeping motion.
That would be preferred.
Okay. I move that we deny attachment 1, which is the proposed ordinance, but in denying it, direct staff to work with the Los Gatos Union School District in a new ordinance that does not give specific, that does not have a legal interpretation under either the 1977 Act or SB 50, but does look to the strong support and creative solutions that the town of Los Gatos deems necessary in supporting its character and continuing the quality of life that we all deserve.
Okay, is there any second for that motion? Councilman Rennie?
I'll second it.
Okay, before I call for the question, before I could vote to support that motion, I am going to really, through Councilwoman Sayak and Mr. Schultz, ask, is there any such ordinance that could possibly be drafted that had to do with fees for schools that was not going to land us in the same spot between SB 50 and SB 201?
If we can't get there, we can always come back, but I don't mind overturning every stone to see if we can't find something, and I didn't know about Morgan Hills until 2 or 3 days ago, and it's right here in our neighborhood. So, I don't mind the extra staff work to try to work with the school district and try to use our resources to find out and to go to the California League of Cities to see if there's any unique way of helping with this issue.
Okay. Other questions or comments on the motion? Okay. I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay. Then with regard to the resolution, that is attachment 7, I move that we bifurcate it so that we have one resolution with sections 1 through 6.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, if your motion is to bifurcate, it implies that there's the second part. So
Correct.
What's the second part?
Well, the second part would be the specific findings that are 7 through 12 that town staff believes we should have in a separate resolution to protect us legally. So
Okay.
basically separating them into two separate resolutions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the town attorney and or the maker of the motion, what is the benefit that you see the town obtaining by bifurcating, I guess I'll go to the attorney, by bifurcating this resolution?
I don't see any. It was a request of the school district in one of their letters. So there's no benefit or detriment that occurs to the town by bifurcating the two.
So you don't see any detriment either?
No.
All right, then I'll second the motion.
Other questions, discussion on the motion? Okay, so just so I understand that, and the council understands, Councilwoman Sayak, is your motion to adopt resolution number 1, that's sections 1 through 6 with the language that's contained in our attachment 7, and resolution number 2, that's sections 7 through 12 with the language as contained in the resolution?
That is correct.
With the wordsmithing that Mr. Schultz was discussing?
That is correct.
Okay, and is that the understanding of the seconder?
Yes.
And although I know you probably want to be done with it tonight, I would recommend that this comes back on the consent calendar, so at least council sees the two resolutions and is in agreement with them.
Actually, and I would incorporate that into my motion.
Agreed.
Okay. All right, questions or comments on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That passes unanimously. I think that's it, though I have a question then, Mr. Schultz. Because the first motion was to have staff go and look at possibilities for ordinances, does staff have any suggestion on when that might come back to us? And would it be appropriate for us to continue it to a date certain?
There's no reason to continue it to a date certain. It'll come back just as a status report, and I would say 6 months.
Okay. Okay, I think that is it for item 5. Thank you all for attending. We appreciate your comments. I'm going to take a break until 9 o'clock to allow those of you who would like to leave to do so. And we'll come back at 9 o'clock and take up the other matters on our agenda. We are going to do item 6, which is a discussion of long-range capital funding options for Los Gatos. Ms. Pravetti and Ms. Callaway, I think.
Yes, thank you very much. This is a really important conversation for the town council. As we were going through strategic goals, as well as when we were talking about our budget, the council asked us to come back with some ideas about ways that we can find reliable, ongoing funding for our capital program, as well as for some of to augment our general fund. I've invited back Senior Advisor Les White, who's also served as our interim town manager, to provide some framing comments and context, so that way you can understand what the state of our current budget is, because it's really important to understand where we are today before we start talking about how we might augment the revenues. And after Mr. White makes his comments, I'll turn it over to Ms. Callaway, who will go through the various revenue options. And we have a whole staff team here to answer any technical or detailed questions, including our Director of Finance. Mr. White, welcome back.
Mr. White, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's always a pleasure to be here. It's kind of nice to get to stand. My age, I'd like to know that I can still do that. The report you received, the long-range capital funding options, I think needs to be received in a very positive context. And by that I mean that when you look at the town's overall financial condition, and I had an opportunity now on several occasions to do just that, over the course of time you've had some prudent fiscal management that has resulted in you really having no structural deficits. You've been able to maintain reserves at in excess of 25%. I've been in communities that had no reserves that are 10 times larger than Los Gatos. I've seen a few that have more reserves, but for the most part, when you look at comparable information, you are kind of a shining light among jurisdictions. In addition to your overall general fund reserves, you have a variety of other smaller reserves with funds that are shown in the Almond Grove project as sources of one-time money that could be allocated. You have some internal funds, such as your equipment replacement fund. That fund has $3.5 million. Finance director said, along with Parks and Public Works, that if necessary, $2 million is a good figure to live with. I might add that there are communities that have no equipment replacement funds, and they budget that annually. So you're in very sound shape with either 3.5 million or 2 million. The report that you have in front of you is really pointing to the need to look out over time to assess some alternatives, because you, like many other communities, are faced with a growing list of capital needs. And in order to meet Almond Grove, you would utilize some of your one-time funds, which I think would then compel even more so the need for you to look out over time at some of the revenue sources that Jennifer Callaway will go through. And I have to say, in going back and looking at this report, because it started kind of with the town attorney, the finance director, and I talking about some options, that they have augmented the report quite nicely in some areas, particularly under those where council has authority to take action, in addition to those that require voter approval. There's a very sound assortment of items there that could be utilized in various combinations so that you can address your future street needs. You can address your park deficiencies. Who knows what you may face with tree loss. I understand in the state of California, 12 million trees will be lost. And if the drought continues, probably more. And if El Nino comes, probably a number of them will be blown over. So you'll have all kinds of areas where you could utilize capital improvement funds. So with just those opening comments, I wanted to provide you a perspective that I have of the soundness, because it's been stated otherwise at times in the community, but of the soundness of the fiscal condition of the town in terms of meeting your day-to-day needs. Still, as this report indicates, you will have the need, I think, over time to explore seriously some of those ideas for long-range capital improvement funding. Jennifer?
Thank you, Mr. White.
Hi. In stereo.
In stereo, yes. So you have the report in front of you, the staff report, and just to reiterate a little bit what Mr. White said, we are in a very solid fiscal state. We have great reserves, and we have proposed funding options for Almond Grove to utilize those reserves. So those are one-time use of money that's not sustainable, obviously, going forward and for future capital projects. We wouldn't have the one-time sources available, and we wouldn't recommend using one-time funds. So what this report and what we're hoping to get tonight is a discussion from council and some direction on some new revenue options, and that will help us with our future planning for capital projects, our future budgeting, give us a better perspective of what we have to work with in the out years as we go forward. Typically, we've historically relied on year-end excess. That's averaged about $2.5 million. And again, that's a rather unreliable. It's a range. Some years we have more, some years we have less. So to have a better defined available funding source for capital projects would really help us identify future projects and how we can budget them going forward. So in terms of process, what we'd like to propose, and council can certainly change this, is we have 2 slides available. We've categorized the revenue options into 2 categories. There's council authority, and there are 7 options that you have the ability to say, on your own, please go forward, get some more information, or we're not interested in pursuing these. So we'd like some direction and feedback from council on those. We'll put that slide up for you for discussion purposes. And then we have a second slide on, or third slide actually, on the ones that would require voter approval. So for those items, when we get feedback from you, we are suggesting that we establish a council ad hoc citizen committee, representatives from the council and 3 citizens to get some community feedback on what the tolerance in the community is and the interest in the community. So we'll kind of go through those one by one. As Mr. White mentioned, this is a group effort, and so there are members from PPW, the Finance Department, and the Town Attorney available to answer any questions you have on the specifics. I would say, before you do that,
you're suggesting a process in council discussion, but it's a public hearing, so I don't have any cards. We are going to discuss possible long-range funding opportunities for the town. I don't have anybody that wants to discuss it with us, so I'm going to formally open public hearing, and then I'm going to formally close the public hearing. And so Ms. Callaway will let you continue, but I'll tell the council that I think it makes sense for us to split our discussion into those actions that can be taken by the council and kind of go through them and say yay or nay, and then move on to those actions that can be taken by way of vote and say yay or nay, and then take appropriate action with respect to that, depending on what we decide. So that would be how I would intend for us to organize our discussion. So Ms. Callaway?
And I'm happy to keep a tally and keep notes over here to respond back to you if you're interested in that. I would advise that with respect to the first item, property sale or lease, that is up there simply to give a comprehensive picture. That is an ongoing discussion in closed session for the council, so we don't need any direction on that item. So it's really short-term vacation rentals and the remaining items below that. So I had not planned on giving a lot of detail on each of those, as that was provided in the staff report. You anticipate there's probably a lot of questions from the council, and we're hoping for some discussion and again feedback on what we should pursue further. So with that, if there's any questions on these 6 items.
Okay, so before I call on the Vice Mayor, I'm just trying to understand what your X's mean on your chart. I mean, I know that we have in our staff report various proposals that are written out in English, but so I'm trying to figure out what the X's mean in the boxes.
So these are really just to summarize. For instance, we'll start with short-term vacation rentals. That could be a one-time funding source or an ongoing funding source, depending on what direction council wanted to take, and we may not know that direction tonight. Tonight, it would be helpful to know if you're at all interested in pursuing that. So it was more to summarize some of the points for each one. Specific purpose would mean that you would dedicate that money to go towards a specific purpose, and whether that's capital or ongoing general fund expenditures, you have options available with each of these. So there's a lot of moving targets with all of the revenue options, and we're just trying to summarize that for you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Both you and Mr. White use the phrase, the need. Address the need. And what I don't recall seeing in the report, and so therefore it's a question, is before I do my business budgets or my personal budgets, I define my need. What is it that I'm trying to achieve? And once I determine what I'm trying to achieve, then I start looking at how do I do that. So have you defined the need?
I think if you look at our capital budget and going forward, we have a variety of projects. We're proposing to postpone a variety of projects to fund the Almond Grove, as that's been a priority. So there's a substantial need, or an unfunded need, perhaps you could say, for some ongoing infrastructure and street costs, some parks costs. Some of those projects that we're deferring would be the most immediate need.
Okay, but I still think you're talking about now. But we're talking about, you're asking us to make decisions on not just now. You're asking us to make, you even had a word for it, systemic decisions. So when we're making these systemic decisions, what's our objective? I mean, if you told me our objective was to have $100,000 a year, then my decision on these line items would be a lot different than if you told me my objective was to have the town have $10 million a year.
I think what we're trying to do is really anticipate what the needs are for the town. So today, and our finance director may have some history on what the prior unmet need was, but we know already, just based on the discussion that we had last June around our budget, that we are deferring potential projects in our parks, our roads. We know there's already unfunded road maintenance. Almost all California cities are dealing with this. We also also know that there's less money flowing from the federal government. There's uncertainty about the state. So it's really about how can our town be fiscally sustainable in light of all of this uncertainty. So while we don't have a target number, if we can at least create some reliability towards some amount of our future. And I would ask either Mr. White or Mr. Conway to perhaps provide some specificity, because I think we are in the millions of dollar range.
Thank you, Laurel. Steve Conway, Finance Director. I'd like to talk a little bit about our funded and unfunded needs that we have in our capital program. And Councilmember Spector mentioned about the, help us quantify that need. Approximately 10 years ago, we had a study done for our street infrastructure. At that time, the study indicated that if we were to maintain our pavement at the current condition, not improve it, but just maintain it, we would need to spend on average, at that time, 10 years ago, about $2 million a year. As luck would have it, the past probably 10 or so years, I think we've averaged about that in terms of excess revenues that the town's had through budget savings to be able to, majority of that money flows back into the capital program, and we've been able to maintain. I know for a fact 10 years ago, the report, I believe, was the $3 to $3.5 million range per year to improve our overall pavement. We were at a 74 pavement condition index. Our goal is to get to 100, so if we wanted to move up the thermometer, we were needing about $1.5 million additional a year, and that was 10 years ago. I think as time and inflation has, impacted us, those numbers were subject to change. So we're looking at, I think, realistically, just looking at our street inventory. That doesn't take into account our parks and our facilities and the other things. In addition to that category, we also had an unfunded list that we presented as part of our capital improvement program. And that was an annual practice, and that was in the multiple millions of dollars of unfunded needs that people, constituents and advocacy folks and staff had developed. Boy, it would be nice to have a community center, a bus stop, a number of facilities, a lot of different things. That list grew to such a volume that the council, as I recall, 10 or 12 years ago, decided, this is creating an expectation that we just can't, we don't have the funding, we don't have a dedicated revenue source for this. This is just going to create a lot of unhappiness. So this unfunded list was not presented in the future as part of the capital improvement program, but it was there, 10 or 12 years ago. So I can only speak with some accuracy about the streets, but I think that there is a need there that is in the multiple millions of dollars that we could demonstrate per year.
Thank you.
If that's helpful.
Okay. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen, and maybe I'll address this question to Director Morley. Since I had a discussion with him today that is somewhat relevant to this, we talked about the streets and how it looks like we haven't done a major reconstruction in 10 years, which means we've been using that barely maintenance, which you explained to me you can only do 3 times every 7 years. So pretty soon we're going to get to the point that we can't even keep up with the streets, the 2 million, and we're going to need some much larger number than 2 million a year. Can you address that a little bit?
Certainly. Thank you. Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. Our street maintenance program has switched from a standard maintenance program where we would do a reconstruction as the streets needed it on an extended life cycle to a routine maintenance program that does a rubber cape seal. The rubber cape seal has been extremely productive for us. It provides a great surface. It hides the deficiencies beneath the surface and provides for a good travel surface. But the expectation is that after 3 surfaces of rubber cape seal that the streets will need to be replaced completely, and we won't be able to continue with that rubber cape seal program. We're on in some cases, our second rubber cape seal now, so at some point this is going to catch up to us and we'll need to address that.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. This is for whoever can answer it. There was something in the staff report about raising $120,000 a year from the refuse vehicle impact. How would that money be raised? Would that be assessed to the ratepayers on their bills, or would that be assessed to the corporation, the West Valley Sanitation, or West Valley Collection and Recycling?
Thank you. Those funds would come through West Valley to the town. They're assessed by West Valley on the ratepayers' bills.
And currently, the neighboring communities that use West Valley, Saratoga, Campbell, Montecito, are they assessing those fees, to your knowledge?
Yes, and the fees vary from county to county, from city to city, and even for the county.
But at this time, we're not assessing any fee, or we just want to increase the fee that we are assessing?
We have an assessment that shows the impacts of the garbage trucks on our roadways, and that we are now recovering a portion of that, but not the full amount. And the idea would be to escalate that to recover the full amount of the impact that is caused.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Sayak, did you have your hand up? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There was a mention in the staff report of a potentially anticipated receipt of, I think it was $500,000 from the state or from the governor. What is the status of that, and was that the funding that was not approved within the past week?
Right, that was the proposal that was pending in the state legislature, and as you've been reading in the paper, that was not successful.
Other questions? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So question on the commercial property business license. Maybe you can answer this, or maybe Mr. Leonardis knows better, but a lot of businesses, a lot of the commercial deals are what's called triple net, where taxes, maintenance, everything flows through to the businesses. So my question is, in the typical triple net agreement, would this basically flow through to the people that are renting the property, or would it stay with the property owner? I know it's a hard question.
Steve Conway again, Finance Director. This is, we've had discussions in the past with our commercial business owners, and they have told staff in the past that they would be, one of the issues they had is they would be rolling that cost through to their tenants. So there would be, the issue at hand was the town right now requires a business license from all the tenants for their various businesses in the building. And then we would now be requiring a business license for the commercial landlord, who would then be passing, he or she be passing that license fee through to the triple net, as you mentioned. So there was some discussion or reluctance from the commercial landlord saying that their tenants would be double taxed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions? So what I'd like to do is approach this much the way that we did our strategic goals, and then just ask the council for those items that appear on the chart that is up. They're described in our staff report. And these are actions that could be taken by the council without a vote. And clearly, if we end up nobody votes for anything, that means we don't want to pursue any, but I'd rather go through each one and see if there's any interest by the council to pursue any of these. And I'm assuming, Ms. Pravetti, Ms. Callaway, whoever it might be, that to the extent, just like with the strategic goals, the council identifies that it's interested in something, that would come back to us with a full report on how it would work, and we would put that on an appropriate agenda, correct?
That's correct. We're not prepared tonight with ordinances and other enabling legislation.
Okay. So what I'd like to do then is just go down the list that we have. We've had the explanation regarding the property. That is an ongoing closed session item. So I would ask the council for a discussion, or just a show of hands, is who is interested in learning more about taxation of short-term vacation rentals? Okay, two. Oh, yeah. if you have a question before you answer, go.
Yes,
wanna talk about it, go ahead.
I just want to clarify and confirm. So this is just to obtain more information about this, and it's no in any way predetermining whether or not we would move forward on this?
That's absolutely my understanding.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then I would-
Mr. Schultz is nodding, so.
So we would come back with an in-depth report on what you can and can't do in that area and what other towns and cities are doing and look at what it would generate in those issues.
And at that time, we could decide whether we were interested in pursuing it or we could reject it.
Okay.
Correct?
Then in that case, I would also raise my hand.
Okay. So just like the strategic goals, if we could just keep a tally so that we know that what we're interested in, what we're not. And Vice Mayor, are you raising your hand on that?
I'm raising my hand to speak.
Okay.
No, I'm not raising my hand to put this on our list because it's anticipated to generate $100,000 annually. And as we know, it will, as we know from other jurisdictions, it causes a lot of problems in the residential neighborhoods, and it requires a lot of monitoring and a lot of legislation. So given the amount of problems and the amount of time and the limited amount of funding, it is not something that I would put up as a priority amongst all of these items that we have to generate something like millions of dollars.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And what I'm anticipating is that we're going to do this almost identical to how we did the strategic goals, in that we'll identify those items that council members have an interest in, and then maybe come back with an identification of, are there 5 that are interested in this, are there 4, are there 3, and then from that, so I don't view this as being an indication of prioritization so much as just a generalized indication of any interest in pursuing it. It may drop off, is sort of how I'm thinking about it, so for people's information as we go forward. So, commercial property landlord business license. Who is interested in getting further information regarding that? One person. Business license, tax audit, and amnesty. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So my question on this one is, I recall from our budget discussions that we're already doing a pretty good job on collecting business tax license. So I tended to not think there was going to be a very deep well here. Is that true? And
yeah.
Why should we bother?
So we did in the summer conduct a business license audit. We had an intern on hand that did that for us. He tested and found about 8% noncompliance. So we do a pretty good job of capturing everybody. What that doesn't touch on is home-based businesses. We don't have an ability to capture those in our system unless they're already in there. So to the extent that you're interested in pursuing an audit, we would recommend an outside vendor who will work through the state identifying sales tax reportings and then help to identify those home-based businesses.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So question for Ms. Callaway. The 8%, what does that amount to in a dollar amount? And is it realistic to believe that we could perhaps, there's going to be some level of compliance you may never reach. We may never find out exactly what that is, but what does that amount to in, say, number of actual businesses and then a number of actual dollars that we're not getting?
In terms of dollar value, I can't give you a good estimate. We're in the process of following up with each of the businesses that weren't licensed, and because the categories require a different fee, whether it's based on general gross receipts or a flat fee, so I can't give you a great dollar value. In terms of numbers, it was less than 100 of the sample that we conducted.
Go ahead.
Just a follow-up comment. For me, this isn't not necessarily a matter of just collecting dollars, but it's a matter of principle. If somebody has a business and they're operating in the town of Los Gatos, they should have a business license. It's the law. So for me, it goes beyond just the dollars, although it does sound like there is an amount that's worthwhile to chase. So I would be supporting this for that reason. I'm not so interested in going after the home-based businesses. I think that would be more difficult, but I'm open.
So I have a question before we decide whether to raise our hands. I'm just going to, for purposes of shorthand, call it the consultant fee you just indicated, that we need to basically have a contractor figure out the auditing for the home base. Can you give us any estimate of what that would cost, and would we end up paying more to do an audit than we are going to recover out of that?
So to give a little bit of perspective, Saratoga did something similar. They collected about $150,000 after the fee, and how that fee works, it's a percentage of what they identify. I'm not exactly sure what the fee is. Maybe Mr. Conway has more detail on that.
I would expect that the town would be doing a request for proposal. There's a number of firms that do this, and so they all, the negotiating point is the exact nature or the amount of commission or the fee for the unlicensed businesses. Typically what the firms, the expertise they bring to the table is they have access to the state database. When home-based businesses are filing a tax return, and I'm a CPA, so I know your Schedule C, which is your sole proprietorship type income, they will use their home address, and we don't, as staff here, have the ability to tap into that state database, but these vendors do, and they will be giving us a list of, here's all the folks who said they owed income tax for business they conducted in Los Gatos. We match that, or the vendor would, against our current business license. We look for the missing people, the missing firms that aren't right now currently licensed, and that we take our investigation from that point. So I think that in the industry right now, the fees range from 2 to 5% commission on the businesses that are unlicensed that are brought in. And I would add, once a business is into our system and into our database, then we then have a way of tracking that business, and we send them renewals every year, so they're now in our system. And the folks are used to paying their annual business license fee, and everything goes along well. This is a good effort, and this is what was successful in Saratoga, was it brings a lot of businesses. Some people aren't even aware they owe a business license. And so there is some consternation when you first start this program, because some folks don't even know they need a business license. So there's some education that we need to do also as part of the program. And the vendors provide support in that area too. So that would be something we would be looking at, is the various ranges, and try to get the best service, the most comprehensive service at the best commission that we could afford. And that would be something we'd be bringing back to council as part of an agreement if we were to pursue that program.
Okay, other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
So, Mr. Conway, it sounds like obviously there's an upfront fee associated, but there's a return on investment over time that's far greater than the initial collection of, say, perhaps $100,000 or $150,000.
Yes, it pays an ongoing dividend in terms of licensing the businesses and having them part of our community of business license patrons that pay their tax every year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? Okay. I think it's wise maybe to, well, since we would only be asking for information, who is interested in getting more information about business license tax audit and amnesty program? Okay. Okay, sidewalk repair cost sharing. First I'll ask for questions. Seeing none. Please raise your hand if you're interested in getting more information about that. Seeing none. Change in the refuse vehicle impact fee. Councilman Leonardis already asked about that with the waste management. Please raise your hand if you're interested in getting more information regarding that possibility. Okay, the next is certificates of participation, and I have to say that I do not understand what was being presented, so that's my question. I don't understand.
We're going to have Mr. Conway talk a little bit more about the details of those. Those were what we used to fund the library when we had RDA money, and you really have that dedicated funding source available. We don't have that in this situation, so we'd want to identify. Actually, I guess Mr. White is going to speak to that.
I want to talk about that one because in a way it's it's a little bit misplaced. It's a tool that you could use with some of the revenues that you approve. For example, if you were to approve 3 or 4 of those and they generate 500,000, and then you went out with certificates of participation, you could generate from that a bond in effect of $4 million, $3.5 million. So it's a financing tool. And I would urge the council just to leave it on the table until you look at all the other revenue sources, and then you take another look at your needs that you'll have in a variety of areas.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Using the redevelopment agency funding as an example, the town on 3 different occasions borrowed a significant amount of money, tens of millions of dollars, maybe it was more. And we had an expenditure each year, and we paid that amount of money, not because it was in our general fund or in our bank account, but because we got RDA funding. So if we had this certificate of, if we're leaving, let's say we leave it on the table, but we have to understand that even though it's called something like COP, it's borrowings that we have to pay each year.
Yes, it is. And that's why you'd need to look at reliable sources of funds to handle the debt of the COPS issuance. And of course, you don't have the luxury of redevelopment as you had for the library.
Thank
but
you.
It's still a very effective tool.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So Mr. White, suppose the town wanted to build a parking garage and it was $6-7 million, and they decided to borrow the money, and the interest payments on that was, we'll just pick a number, $300,000 a year. Because the town adopted a business license amnesty program that was generating $150,000 a year, and a vehicle, refuse vehicle impact was generating another $120,000 a year, they were able to use those reliable sources of funds to pay the interest and get the garage quicker than opposed to trying to pay for the garage with the money that's not
correct
really there. So that's the whole
gist of it. And then you could look at, if you, in looking at the voter-approved items, said, well, on the TOT, that you'd want to increase that. TOTs are frequently used for downtown kinds of activities, so that combined with maybe 1 or 2 sources here, such as leasing of properties, could generate monies for one of your big unmet needs, which is parking.
All right, thank you.
Other questions? Actually, Mr. White or Ms. Pavetti, whoever it might be, Ms. Cal. Procedurally, what I heard Mr. White say is that he wants us to just consider keeping it available. So you're not asking us, do we want you to pursue it or not? You're asking, do we want to keep it available? Is that right? Am I right about that?
That's correct. So I think we just would like to know whether or not you would like to do that. We could consider it essentially in the same vein as the property item.
Okay, so do you need an action from us then?
We don't need an action. If you'd like, it appears that there's interest, but if there is a vote, or if there's at least an interest with a show of hands, I think Mr. White made a compelling case to at least keep it on the table in light of the other items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask for a show of hands of those people who'd like to just keep it available. There you go. All right, that's it for the council approved items.
Did you want to go back to short-term rentals? I think earlier we saw 2 hands up, but I don't think we captured that completely. This was the Airbnb item.
Right. Well, we can do it again. So who is interested in getting more information regarding short-term rentals? 3. Okay. So now we're going to move on to those things that would require a vote, and they're further split into those things that would require a 50% vote and those things that require 2/3. So can we get a little education on that, please?
Sure. So actually, assessment districts are even a little bit different than that, in that it's a protest ballot. So that's a mailed ballot that goes out. You have to get as many returned against it as you do in favor of that. So if you don't get any returned, it passes. So that's the unique one of the 6 that are identified there. User utility tax, transient occupancy tax, and increase in sales tax. The voting to pass really depends on if it's designated for a specific or a general purpose. All specific purposes require 2/3 vote. General purposes are majority only, and you do have the option with those 3 to decide one way or the other, if you want to keep it available for any use or if you want to specify. And that's where we would go out and do a community survey and get feedback on what the community would be most apt to get support behind, if they'd be willing to support it if it was specific or not. The final 2 there are the parcel tax or CFDs and a general obligation bond. Those are 2/3 is that they are only special or specific. You have to designate them towards what you're going to use the money for. To point out, general obligation bonds, it's also debt. It's similar to a COP in that sense, is you are going out and getting debt, but it does have that identified revenue source, and whether that's sales tax or something like that, it's already specified where that's coming from.
Okay, general questions? Vice Mayor.
Yes, just for clarification so that I know what you're talking about. When you talk about a general tax, or whatever your terminology was, you're talking about something that will go into the general fund and can be used for anything, correct?
Correct. You can set it up that way.
All right. Can we set the general fund up to be for a specific purpose, i.e. infrastructure, streets?
Yes, you could.
Would that require the 2/3 vote?
If you're going to advertise it, and perhaps our attorney can weigh in a little bit, but if you advertise it that it's going specifically towards streets, it becomes special or specific, and you need the 2/3. If you advertise it as generally a TOT increase that could be used for XYZ, and included in that is streets or parks or police or whatever, the options are, then it's general and it can be majority.
Correct, and I think your question was more, if you set it up generally and it's approved by the voters as a general, you could then take those funds and put them specifically to one of the categories. So, on a general measure, you'll see it listed, the 2% increase in sales tax or whatever it is, shall be used for public services, including fire, police, public improvements, and it gives a long, long list of all the things that it can be used for. But certainly once you obtain it, that doesn't mean you have to use it for all those things. You could then, it goes into your general fund, it can be used for any of those purposes. As opposed to a specific tax, will specifically say it'll be used just for one purpose, and what that purpose is, either for infrastructure or public safety or what other means that is. It's much more specific as to one item.
So if the public votes for a general, whatever you call it, general purpose, then the public doesn't know what's happening with it. They get taxed in some form, and then we, the council, we, the town, get the money, and at that point, we decide how we're going to spend it, just like we do every year.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? Now, as we go through each of them, if you have a question about the specific thing, please let me know. So, assessment districts, who is interested in learning more about those? I am. Okay. Utility user tax. Okay. Sure.
I just want to make a comment on that. There's different utilities that we could tax, and I looked at it and I thought that it might be a good idea. So something to think about is you can drive behavior with taxes. So to tax the gas and the water, which are not sustainable sources. If you tax gas, it has some ability to drive people towards electricity, which can be a renewable source. So you could look at it as a sustainability kind of nudge, shall we say. Thanks.
Other comments on that? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'd like to comment as well. Reading the staff report, it says we can generate approximately $2 million a year. and other jurisdictions, Cupertino, Los Altos, Palo Alto, San Jose, Gilroy, Mountain View, Sunnyvale, et cetera, all charge these small percentages on your things like your telephone, your electricity, your cable, your water bill, small surcharges, and it's a good way to raise revenue for the city in an environment where sales taxes seem to be declining and property taxes could go up more, they could go down, who knows. But this is a steady revenue source that I think will be very valuable moving forward. So I am very much in support of this idea. So I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments? Okay. Please raise your hand if you, well, number one, if you have a question, but number two, if you are interested in getting more information regarding an increased transient occupancy tax. Okay. Same question for increased sales tax. All right. Parcel tax. Do we need to designate general or special for this purpose?
No, well, it has to be, parcel tax would have to be a special tax.
Okay. So who is interested in learning about parcel tax? Okay. General obligation bond. Okay. So with respect to the interest in the utility user tax, does that require the ad hoc committee that?
What we're recommending is for any of these on this list, we establish the ad hoc committee. So that would be assessment districts, UUTs, and the TOT option.
So I think for assessment districts, you'd only got one vote, so I don't think that that's in the mix. Can the ad hoc committee take up two different things, so utility
Yes.
doesn't have to be like a proposition? Okay. Okay. So, Council, I'm going to put it to you. We've assessed what we're interested in. We could either get the information back, although it's not as lengthy by any means as the strategic goals, or we could ask the staff to give us information on the council-directed items as it's available or at a specific time, or we can go ahead and appoint an ad hoc committee. How does council want to proceed? I'm looking to council people. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. On the first page where we had just the consensus, and they just require, we're looking just for more information, I would say staff bring us back more information and we can have those as a public hearing in the future. And then I would say on the second page, the two items, we go with the staff recommendation and establish the ad hoc committee with 2 council members and 3 members of the public.
That sounds like a motion. Do you want?
I will convert that to a motion.
Okay, is there a second on the motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Rennie. Any discussion or questions regarding the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Which brings us to item number 7.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, did
Yes.
you want to appoint 2 council members this evening, or would
We
you
have
like
to do that now?
You don't have to. We were looking for an accelerated recruitment and to try and bring that back to you for your October 20th meeting, and if at that time you would like to consider both the appointment of the appropriate council members as well as the community members, we can do it at that time.
Councilman Leonardis.
I will rise to the occasion if there are no other takers.
So you're saying you want to appoint tonight and you want to be on it?
Yes.
Okay. Any other, Vice Mayor?
I was going to suggest that anyone who is interested in being on the ad hoc advise the mayor, and that the mayor make the appointments offline, and then they're reported out to the council as a whole.
Okay. I would prefer the Vice Mayor's suggestion, if that's okay, and we'll duly note Councilman Leonardis' interest in being on that committee.
Thank you.
And if anyone else wants to be on, please let me know, and we'll bring it back for next time. Okay, anything else on item 6? Okay. All right, item 7 is a consideration of the Almond Grove. And again, we have received a great deal of correspondence, emails, letters, input from those of you who are interested in the almond grove. I want to mention that there was a person who wanted to speak tonight and could not stay and left us a desk item. We all have it before us, and that's from Robert Cowan. So thank you for that. Same admonition to those on item 5, the school. We'll do the staff report, we'll do questions, we will take public comment. If you have heard your position stated clearly, consider whether or not you need to state it again. After the public comment's been taken, then we'll close the public hearing and the council will have a discussion and a motion. So, Ms. Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. So tonight we're going to talk about the Almond Grove Street Rehabilitation Project. You do have a detailed report in front of you tonight. So what we would like to do is to highlight some key points in that report. The design does have 3 very important components, and we are recommending that council provide direction to staff on these components. These are the pavement materials, the curb line design, and the trees. Also, we are going to be talking to council about project schedule and how we can construct all 10 of the Almond Grove streets or rehabilitate them within a 4 to 5 year period of time. We're going to be talking about funding options that will be discussed by finance. So the first important design component is the pavement, and council can direct staff to move forward with a concrete reconstruction, an asphalt reconstruction, or an engineered asphalt overlay. Now, staff is recommending the engineered asphalt overlay, and this is because of the significant increase that we have seen in concrete costs. And also, we do have the potential to fully fund all 10 of the Almond Grove streets with this solution. Now, there is a chance that reflective cracking can come back sooner with this solution. However, it is the solution that would be least impactful to the residents, and we do believe we would get an 18 to 20-year life out of this pavement. It has been successfully used in the town in the past, and it has been used in other Bay Area cities successfully. So this is a map of the town where we currently have used this solution. We have used it on Santa Cruz Avenue. It's been down there, I believe, about 10 years. We have used it on some sections up in the Almond Grove on Pennsylvania, Glenridge, and Hernandez. It's been down there for about 15 years. About 3 years ago, there was a rubber cape seal maintenance project that did put a rubber cape seal on that. So the second important design component is the curb line. Staff has taken a hard look at the curb and gutter, and in all of the pavement options, we would need to reconstruct the curb and gutter. With the reconstruction, either in concrete or in asphalt, you're going to have a new pavement depth that is going to require an elevation of that gutter line. If you're doing an engineered asphalt overlay, you're going to have a new thickness of asphalt overlay, and you're going to need to raise the gutter line in order to match the top of that new pavement. It's also important to note that if you choose the reconstruction option either for concrete or for asphalt, when a contractor gets out there with a jackhammer or a concrete breaking machine next to that old curb and gutter, they will end up breaking that curb and gutter, and it will necessitate replacement of the curb and gutter out there. Now, we can go ahead and put the curb and gutter in the same spot. However, we feel that this does give us an opportunity to minimally widen the park strips to 4 foot to allow us to have more room for the existing large canopy trees that are currently out there, and also to plant new large canopy trees out there. So here is a cross-section of Tate between Bean and Nicholson, and we chose this cross-section because this is an area where we would be widening the park strips the most. As you can see in the bottom cross-section that's existing, you currently have an 18-inch and a 2.5-foot planter strip in that area. The proposal is at the top, and we would end up with a 4-foot planter strip that would allow us to put in the large canopy trees. And as you can see, we would keep the town standard street width for residential streets of 36 foot. It's also important to note that on Tate, from Bachman down to Highway 9, because we would be able to get the 4-foot planter strips in that area still with a 44-foot street width. So from Bachman to Highway 9 on Tate, the street width would stay at 44 foot. We also did want to show you some sample curb lines that we went out and painted. And I believe the top one looks a little different from what I have in my handout. Hold on a second. So I believe the top one is Broadway. So that would be Broadway, and Broadway is a foot. So we'd be widening a foot. So that shows a foot, how far out it would become, it would go. And then the bottom one looks to be Tate, and on Tate we are widening out 2.5 foot maximum. So here is a copy of the town's residential street standard. As you can see, it does show a 36-foot width for the town's residential street standard, and this has been in place since 2004. The third key component to the design are the trees. Staff is recommending keeping about 75 of the large canopy trees that are out there. These would be the ash, the elm, and the sycamore trees. We're also discussing or recommending putting in 27 new trees, large canopy, drought-resistant trees, replacing about 44 of the unsuitable, blighted, or dying trees out there. The unsuitable trees in general, many of them being the sweet gum, which are the liquid amber, magnolia trees that have the roots that grow very close to the surface and push up the sidewalk and pavement, not just in the almond grove, but around the town. These would be replaced with drought-tolerant large canopy trees, the Chinese pistache and the red maple. There's also an option to remove all of the unsuitable street trees. There are some of the elm, ash, and the sycamore that are also cracking the sidewalk in some locations, but these are very significant trees and we believe they're important to the neighborhood, so we don't recommend taking those trees out. And here's the plan for the trees, the existing trees that are on Broadway and Bachman, just so you can see currently where trees are located. And this is the proposed tree plan. As you can see, we would still have the same number of trees as previously, plus an additional 27 new trees that would be planted. So for the project schedule, we recommend moving forward with Broadway and Bachman in the spring of 2016, because these streets are 100% designed. We have also provided a reconstruction schedule in either asphalt or concrete on how we could reconstruct the streets in a 5-year period of time. We've also provided a engineered asphalt overlay schedule, and you can see that we could do that solution within a 4-year period of time. Now, the programming of the streets is flexible, and it could be changed for streets that currently are not designed as the council desires. And now I'm going to pass it to Jen Calloway for discussion on funding.
Thank you. You'll find in the staff report in attachment 4, we've outlined 3 different funding proposals depending on what application is selected by council. So staff's recommendation is the asphalt overlay. That's an $11.6 million total funding need. We have identified available cash on hand and use of reserves to fund that completely. There is an impact, of course, with doing that on our interest income that we get annually. So we would are guessing that to be right now about $170,000. As you know, interest rates fluctuate, so that's a rough estimate at this point. There's also a funding plan for asphalt and concrete. Asphalt's a $16.8 million project, and we have available cash on hand. That's existing project funds. It's the reallocation of proposed projects that were put on hold during the budget discussion. It's $2.1 million for those. that's really identifying this as a primary funding choice for the council. So that, as well as some reserve funds and some internal service funds. There's about $600,000 in internal service funds that we're proposing. Concrete, the most expensive solution right now with the estimates we have, is an $18.9 million project. That's primarily the same use of cash on hand, internal service funds, and reserves, with the exception that there's an additional allocation from equipment replacement. And that's what Mr. White had referred to, and that we're going to drop that balance down to $2 million. Going forward, it should note that we expect to increase the town's general fund internal service charges next year if we were to do that, and that we'd have to kind of make up and compensate as we need to replace equipment in the future. So that is a potential impact of doing that. Can answer any questions you have on individual funding options, but those are the proposals that we've placed out right now.
Just some quick conclusions as we wrap this up. The theme of our presentation has been options. We've looked to provide those options to you, and staff is committed to being open to those options. Within those options, we remain flexible, and we're looking forward to taking on the project as the council prescribes. To several specific areas in the area of cost, we weren't excited about the anticipated increase in costs. As you can imagine, we did validate those cost increases with our consultant, and they did use multiple industry sources to help them come up with those cost increases. We are seeing it as well in our bidding, as our bids come in with greater variation in bid costs, and also some bids that are coming in higher than anticipated. And as you can imagine in the news, the cost forecast in the construction industry is showing continued increase in costs. So it definitely wasn't a surprise, although it was an unanticipated and disappointing increase. By identifying a funding solution for all of the options, I think we have provided the opportunity for council to fund the project in spite of these increases. In the area of design, I believe we've provided you 3 solid design options. All will work well, and all will provide a great solution for the neighborhood. Of course, they all have their advantages and disadvantages, and that's what we're struggling with. The costs play a big role, and that's why the staff recommendation is the overlay solution. It's the most economical, especially given the recent increase in costs, and provides for a solid solution that the town has implemented in other locations. Specific to the curb line and the trees, to some extent we feel like we're hearing the remnants of what was an original design where we did some complete streets implementations that included bulb outs and full street narrowing. We've certainly come way off of that and have no intention of doing that at this point. So that's no longer the case. The goal is to match the existing town standard and to provide a solid streetscape for the neighborhood for the future. We are retaining the existing curb and gutter. Retaining the existing curb and gutter is not a viable option. It needs to come out. We are open to leaving it where it's at in terms of a location we can make that work, but it's got to be replaced just because of the change in elevation of the street, no matter which of the solutions that we choose. And finally, in the funding area, we've provided some good solutions on funding the projects. We'd be interested to hear the council discussion in that. And then ultimately with direction this evening from the council, we look forward to finishing the design and moving forward with the project and returning to the council with bid results for a potential award for an early spring construction of the first phase. With that, the team is available for questions, and we look forward to taking those from you.
So, members of the council, I have several cards from the public. So if you have a question that you need to have answered before we take public testimony, please go ahead and answer it. If it can wait until after public testimony, let's take it from the public first. So, okay. So I am going to call up members of the public. First one is Lynn Brandhorst, followed by Tom Boyce.
My name is Lynn Brandhorst. I'm a resident of Broadway, 93 Broadway. And Madam Chairman, council members, staff, I'll make this brief. in looking over the staff report on this, which of course is new information for most of us, certainly the people I've talked to on Broadway, and we haven't had a chance to digest a lot. But while it was mentioned a time or two in the staff report, it appears that there was absolutely no weight whatsoever given to the historical prerogatives and the historical standards and other things that we've talked about a lot in that regard. So we find that pretty lacking. None of us really have digested enough the asphalt overlay, and quite frankly, I would suggest at least one, maybe more, community outreach type of meeting like were held on the other aspects early on this some months ago in terms of acquainting us more. Because right now, I don't see any appetite for it on Broadway whatsoever. I would also like to see a 40 or 50-year cost trade-off, which was always shown before, and we were looking at the costs over the lifetime of concrete, and there was none of this in the staff report that I saw whatsoever as well. We're just looking at which is the cheapest to do right now, which again I think is pretty short-sighted. Now let's just talk about Broadway because that's who I'm here to represent. I personally don't and wouldn't enjoy seeing any more of the historic concrete streets be destroyed. And, but from a standpoint of Broadway, you've got a survey in your packet of the one that the town took, and I was in here before telling you that we've taken our own survey of Broadway, and we have pretty near 100%, not quite, but pretty near 100% that says we don't want anything but concrete, period. We don't want to be part of destroying more of Los Gatos's historic heritage. We've also informally, and I will be doing more of this, I've talked to some of the people who are on the streets that were concrete streets that have actually been turned to concrete, and they've said they've regretted it. Now, I'm not sure about what actions are going to be taken tonight, but I want to reiterate that we will do everything we can on Broadway to help you make the right decision, but that we think that right decision is to not permanently destroy Broadway as concrete, because if you put asphalt or you put an asphalt overlay on it, we will never get our concrete street back. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Brandhorst? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Brandhorst, the staff currently has in the plan to move the curb into the street, I'd say 4 to 6 inches on each side. What's your opinion of that?
I don't think nobody has voiced extremely strong opinions on me, and that's partly because on Broadway, as she showed you on here, it's not going to be as extreme as it is on some other streets. Would we prefer to have it the present width? I think we certainly have a consensus there, and I can bring back more information if you want me to on that. We can actually poll the residents and owners on that. But I don't see a substantial amount of, disgruntlement because of the minor amount that's going to happen on Broadway. I can't speak for any of the other streets.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much, sir. Tom Boyce, and then Tom Albanese.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. Tonight, I would like to speak to the issue of the transparency of information available in order to be able to really understand which of the options is the most effective and efficient. So I believe that the staff report that came out Friday afternoon is not transparent. And I don't think it meets the standard of transparency that very commendably we saw quoted from our new town manager. So what's the problem here? First, the scope of the project is not transparent. There's no way looking at the materials to understand which part of the funding goes for the actual paving, which is extremely important to me personally, versus how much is spent or would be spent on the additional features that go for the planters and the other beautification issues. And nothing that says how much we could save by, if we saved the sidewalks and gutters wherever we could, how much money that would amount to. It's not clear where the numbers came from for the overall project. There's no task-by-task breakdown so we can understand the components. For example, nothing about how much contingency, how much is in there for consultant services, and nothing that says what number we escalated on the materials cost from in the last 5 months that resulted in the multi-million-dollar increase on the concrete estimate. Street by street, again, we have lump sum numbers, but we have none of the detail. We have nothing that shows the amount of unit costs that were involved. For technical feasibility, it's not clear how from 2011 asphalt overlay was recommended for removal and no consideration for the concrete streets, and now it seems to be the preferred solution.
Your time's up, but I'm going to let you
Thank you
wrap
very
up
much.
if that's your, oh, that was your last one.
That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Boyce? Thank you very much. Tom Albanese and then Angelia Dorner. And so, coming forward to address this is a proud resident of Almond Grove, Angelia Dorner.
I knew there would be a point in time when I'd be able to use this picture. So I am going to discuss with you the streets, the sidewalks, and hopefully someone else can discuss the canopy. As we all know, our project costs have significantly increased, especially in the last 3 months, which is overall project cost has increased close to 33%. I was given a $20 million number last Thursday, which is why I'm using 20 million instead of 19. Anyway, I was told that was because of the cost of material, but the 33% actually applies to the entire program cost. So my conclusion is to see how we can save 5 to 6 million out of that number. This slide was given to us by PPW during an outreach to show the project phasing. They would start by doing brand new sidewalks and curb and gutter on one side of the street. Then they would replace that half of the street and then repeat the same process on the other side. What I believe needs to happen, and seems to be a very popular word lately, is to bifurcate the project. This is really 2 different projects, one for the streets and one for the sidewalks, curbs, and gutters. You get a clearer definition of scope and the tasks that are required for each. You get much better understanding of the costs and overall project management and cost management. ADA compliant because we will be doing all the curb ramps. Let's talk streets. We just need to get them done, all right? No narrowing. Just go ahead and cut the concrete along the curb, just like they cut all these big slabs out, perfectly straight lines, and they lift up the slabs and they take them away. Just go ahead and lift up all the slabs one by one, just as if you're doing repair work underneath the street. Less new design is necessary, no reworking of our storm or drainage facilities, and whatever curbs fail, just sweep up and we'll take care of them later. The other thing is that we can replace with whatever council decides, but you still need more information, as Tom Boyce just mentioned. We need to have more information about the components of these costs, and I have not been given access to that information. Sidewalks gets treated the same way that we have always treated annual sidewalk repair. We desperately need these things repaired. However, repaired is the operative word, not totally replace. This is also where the $5 million comes in. If you go back to the 2011 report and look at the disaggregation of the total cost number between street and sidewalk, 57% of the amount relates to streets. I went ahead and just used the sidewalk component here, and all of the increases in costs have been applied to all of these characteristics as well.
I'm going to let you finish up and see if there's any questions.
Okay. The potential savings over in the right-hand column shows $2 million have been increased on just the core features. We have not seen those kind of increases in the annual bids that have gone on with this kind of work. We don't need a 20% contingency on sidewalk work. I've left some in there, about 100,000 or so, because there are certain driveways and things that are going to need a little bit of design work. We definitely do not need 8% consulting management for repairing sidewalks and curbs. I only added up those three numbers, which adds up to 3.38. The 2011 numbers of 3.9 actually represents 100% replacement, which I'm saying we do not need to do. I have guesstimated 1.6 million savings out of that number as well. The 1.6 out of the 3.9 plus the 3.3, $5 million. Now, you look at the 8% consulting management placed on the whole $20 million project. That is $1.6 million to manage that project. And we're saying that we're going to be able to complete this within 4 years. Hire a staff person, a dedicated construction manager to handle this during the off times. He can be doing all kinds of other work with PPW. But we'll be saving about $1 million right there because we're not going to be paying him $450,000 a year. And that's about it.
Thanks. Are there any questions for Ms. Dorner? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So, Ms. Dorner, obviously you went through your numbers very quickly. Assuming that there's a proposal to tear out all the curbs and gutters and the complete street and replace it with asphalt, and that number is somewhere around $14 million. Based on the information that you just showed, if you were to only tear out and replace the street and then replace the sidewalks as needed and hire, as you mentioned, somebody on staff instead of paying a consultant, what do you estimate on a $14 million job that the town could save?
Well, the pavement decision actually does not even affect the $6 million. This $6 million savings that I just showed you relates totally to the sidewalk, curb, and gutter.
For all 10 streets?
For all 10 streets. Okay. Now, the pavement situation is a whole nother component of cost savings. By not narrowing, that takes care of a lot of the design work that doesn't need to be done, not having to redesign the storm drains and move the storm drains and do anything else underneath there that currently is functioning well for the neighborhood. There are a lot of cost savings in that area. Now, the asphalt number, you guys know how I feel about overlay. You can go back and watch my March 3 minutes when I think I was fuming. Overlay is out of the picture, hopefully, as far as I'm concerned. But the asphalt number that you've been given compared to the concrete number, what really needs to happen is you need to have a number that indicates what the fixed cost is to take rid of or get rid of all this old concrete. That's a fixed cost, regardless of what pavement you choose to use, pavement type. So the fixed cost of getting rid of all the old concrete, that needs to be identified. What's left in that one big number for pavement is the true variable cost between concrete and asphalt, okay? The asphalt numbers that I believe are in here are definitely over-engineered because they're calling for a very significant aggregate base with asphalt on top compared to what I have found in asphalt survey guides. So I think that asphalt number really needs to be looked at hard to say, are we actually engineering a street that could serve Los Gatos Boulevard? Or are we actually looking at the cost of a street for a residential area? So there's still some work that needs to be done there before I think you'll have adequate information to make a decision.
So the short answer to the question might be that if there's a $14 million job on the table, you think it should be $8 million or less?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Dorner? Thank you very much. Julie Gilbert.
Hello, my name's Julie Gilbert, and I live at 243 Bachman, and I've been a longtime resident there for 25 years. And I'm actually representing several of my neighbors on Bachman who are not able to attend tonight. And basically, I'm just going to keep it really short and sweet. I've sent a letter before, and I've spoken in the past, is that, you know, basically my neighbors want asphalt versus the concrete because it's cheaper and quicker. And we can get more streets done with the money. When I'm listening to what town council or the town staff is saying about our budget, I was, you know, taking that into consideration. And then in addition to that, we do not want to have our streets narrowed for safety and for the reason of just to be able to have 4-foot space for more trees. I was in Europe and they had plenty of smaller trees that were just as beautiful. So I think that that's unnecessary work that they're asking to do. I do not want to have the hardscape removed. That's part of the charm and character of downtown Los Gatos. It's different for all the homes. And what they're proposing is to be able to put the mulch there that will blow away and really just be very monochromatic. And then, really, we just want to get the project done. And it just seems like there's delay after delay. We want to be able to stretch our money for as far as possible and have a comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Gilbert? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Gilbert, so to the curb line again, they currently have a plan for, again, it was something like about 6 inches of narrowing on Bachman. And you said you'd prefer to stay where it is, but would 6 cents change be okay? I can say I've walked the street and I see several large trees that are already breaking through the curb as it is, so 6 inches would give those trees a little more room to grow. Is 6 inches reasonable for you?
It is not. I see it as unnecessary. I've been there for 25 years, and there's been a huge safety issue. I was actually one of the proponents who got the stop sign put at Tate and Bachman because I started documenting and taking photographs of accidents that were happening, and I finally did. That was one of the only four ways that didn't have a stop sign. So I think it will really impact the safety, as well as just the fact of 6 inches on each side, spending all of that money, which could go towards other projects using our budget correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Colin Corbett, and that is my last card. So Mr. Corbett. And yes, inevitably.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. So a couple of quick things. The language states the streets will not be narrower than 36 feet. That previously had translated to me as narrowing the streets all the way to 36 feet. It had previously been stated that narrowing was also a traffic calming measure. What it really seems to me is it's a reduction of margin of error. As someone who's had their car sideswiped on a narrow street, we don't need narrower streets. And also, some of the streets are already far below the 36 feet limit. Parts of Tate, I believe, are less than 20. Bayview and Bean are already less than 36. So we are already consistently inconsistent. What I would love to see is a staff report with a simple spreadsheet or overlay of the streets that show the current width and the planned future width so we can easily see what has been shrunk or expanded. We have previously seen this existing width diagram at previous community meetings. The report also discusses issues with the depth of utilities and using that as a reason to widen the planter strips. But the report does not discuss what is the desired depth of the utilities what is the current depth of the utilities, and what impact that will mean. It mentions the addition of extra concrete or asphalt to meet the depth of the utilities. It's unclear how much is needed, how many extra yards of concrete or asphalt are needed to meet that, and how much that impacts the budget. As a side note, I'd love to mention I would like to see the town adopt a reduced or waived permit fee or expedited permit process for parties who, while the street is open, want to run extra conduit for things like fiber to the home, purple pipe for running recycled water down there. If we have the street open, we should have it open, run all the potential things that may be done over the next 50 years, try and do as much of it in advance or while the street's open, so we don't have the next few years of people come, opening the streets when they can. Do it all in one go if we could, and incent them to do it by reducing or waiving permit fees. There are various municipalities that already do this. I would like to see we do that. As it relates to asphalt, the overlay of asphalt, that didn't match the polling of the neighborhood, the previous decision of the town council, or the historical committee discussions. So whichever is the direction, it was just a bit of a surprise that it's different than what we previously discussed. And also for the tree additions, it's not clear if the homeowners will now be responsible for watering and maintenance of the trees, if sprinklers are now needed in the planter strip, and who will incur that cost. Now, while my street, Bayview, will not be adjusted due to being narrow, I would not like, in the middle of a drought, to have to undertake the addition of a tree. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Corbett? Thank you very much, sir. Maria Ristow?
Hi, Maria Ristow, 85 Broadway. A couple of things. I think you've got a very tough decision. You've got to balance the needs right now and the needs of the future. And these concrete streets are very old, and there are historic ordinances saying that they should remain concrete. I personally have a struggle because I do strongly prefer concrete, but I understand that we're looking at a pool of money that we're trying to pull together, and you want to pave all the streets, and perhaps the asphalt overlay looks like the quickest solution. My biggest concern, and I would hope and trust that our staff has done their homework, is I don't know what the condition was of the streets that had the concrete overlay. Certainly Santa Cruz Avenue is in very good shape, and that's a concrete overlay, or an asphalt overlay. Broadway's in horrible condition. And I would imagine that to do an asphalt overlay, there's going to have to be a lot of engineering done anyway. So I don't know what the difference on a street like that that's in such poor condition, where the savings would be as opposed to going back to concrete. We're also looking, we did not see numbers for what the maintenance will be in the future. And I know right now we're struggling to maintain our streets. So if we put in a paving system that requires frequent maintenance, and we're going to keep looking for that money in the next several years, and I know you're looking at funding sources, that is a trade-off against getting it done right and just not worrying about it for 40 years, if concrete will stay there. I'm concerned that something like Broadway would just completely fall apart in 5 to 10 years, and then we've just wasted the money we spent paving it. I know that our neighbors on Broadway have been unified in wanting concrete. I've also heard most people say they would prefer not to get paved at all right now than have asphalt. And there may need to be more outreach, but maybe the price of concrete would come down in 4 years, and I would imagine that most people on our street would rather wait than have asphalt put on and have our concrete destroyed. The other question, I would wonder why people are struggling against having planters slightly widened to accommodate trees. We need trees. Part of the reason Los Gatos is so beautiful and desirable is because of our tree canopy. And we need to plan for the future. We need streets that will last, and we need a tree canopy that people in 25 and 30 and 50 years will thank us for. So I think we need to view the streets as something that is for cars, but it's also for the residents, it's for pedestrians, it's for bicyclists. And I think the proposed solution is taking all of that into account. And you've got to make the choice of, are we going to look at deferred maintenance? Are we going to look at the best solution right now? And it's not an easy one. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Ristow? Thank you very much. James Fuller.
My name is James Fuller, 64 Broadway. The last couple of comments pretty much covered mine. I just wanted to reiterate, even though some of the cracks on Broadway are the same size as the diameter or the size of the tires on the bicycle that I ride for exercise, I would rather us keep that and not do anything to that concrete that exists now than to put asphalt in. I just, a couple weeks ago on a really hot day, happened to drop someone off in a trailer home area that was paved with asphalt. And it's on warmer days, and we're going to expect even warmer days in the next few years. Asphalt's just terrible. And as far as the curbs on Broadway, Broadway's a Broadway. I'd like to see it stay as wide as it is now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's my last card, so I'm going to close the public hearing and look to the council for any questions they may have of any staff member who has addressed us regarding this issue. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So if I go to the curb and gutter, I think you told us, so maybe answer this in two parts. I think you told us curbs and gutters have to go with the street. You don't think it can be done separately. Explain why that is. And then I've looked at the gutters pretty carefully, and I think the gutters are as bad as the streets. Is there any way to do gutters and not curbs? So that's the second part of the question.
So curb and gutter is poured monolithically. That's the way that contractors pour it, so it would be poured together. If you're going to do the gutters, you have to do the curbs. And I'm sorry, the first question?
Can we do curb and gutter separate from doing streets? Can we do it at another time?
No, you can't do it separately. It needs to be done together.
Why is that?
When they go in there and they cut the street out, they're going to also be cutting right up against that curb and gutter, and they're going to break it when they do that. And as I mentioned in my presentation, and I'm not sure how many of you have seen a concrete breaker on a street, but if a concrete breaker goes on a street or the jackhammer in the condition that curb and gutter is in, it will break. And you know, the issue is when you're out there with the contractor and they've already got a contract, they're going to probably charge twice as much to fix it under a change order than if you ask them to, you know, take care of it before you bid the project or during the bid of the project.
Ask a completely different question?
Let's wait and come
Okay.
back to you because other
Yep.
people had their hands up. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Ms. Peterson, a couple of the speakers addressed the depth of the utilities. How deep are those utilities buried? They referred to drainage. They referred to, I think, water supply. I think electricity comes via pole for most of the neighborhood, although there is some underground. There's probably gas lines underground. How deep are those utilities below the street?
So currently, we are actually showing on our plan set some utilities that are somewhat shallow. So some of those utilities currently are within about a 12-inch depth of that surface. What we need to do is raise up the gutter in order to make sure that we don't have those utilities get into the structural section. And additionally, you have to have a certain amount of distance between your utilities and your compaction equipment, because otherwise what happens is you end up breaking the utilities.
Follow up?
Yes. So what does state law require the utilities to be? What depth? I know when I had my home on Tate, I think I had to dig the PG&E line to be 24 inches below the street level. So if we're going to be digging all this stuff up, shouldn't we be burying them correctly according to the code, as opposed to try to build the curb higher just to get a little more room in between?
Well, with PG&E, Actually what we have them do is we have all the utilities review the plans. So all the utility companies have reviewed the plans, the current set of plans for concrete, and they are, either have relocated the utilities that they felt need to be relocated, or, they're okay with the location of those current utilities where they are. So, for example, when we had a meeting with West Valley Sanitation District, what they asked for is, when you get finished putting in your base section for the street, we'd like to come in and we want to TV our lines, just to make sure that they're all safe. But generally what we do is we work directly with the utility companies on what they feel their comfort level is for their utilities, because ultimately that's what, they're going to have to replace them. Now, of course, we do have storm drain line, and the storm drain line is ours, and the storm drain line is our cost. So that is also something that we have that are shallow out there, are the storm drain lines.
Follow-up?
Yes. So in reference to the storm drain line, since one of the speakers mentioned that, is that something we're going to have to dig up and then bury deeper based on what you just mentioned?
Well, currently the way the design is, we don't need to do that, no.
And one last follow-up. There was mention about the thickness of the asphalt. Currently, I think the streets are like 5-6 inches thick, something. Maybe you can clarify that. How deep does the new material have to be, and how deep does the base or the underlayment have to be, whether it be new concrete or new asphalt, assuming that the council votes to completely replace the streets?
So what the engineer's report shows is they would be putting in 5 inches of concrete on a 5-inch base. For asphalt, it would be 4.5 inches of asphalt on top of an 8.5-inch base.
That would be the standard for residential streets, 4.5 inches of asphalt on an, you said an 8-inch base?
8.5-inch base.
8.5-inch base.
It's a design that they put together. It's based on traffic and soil conditions.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions before I go back to Councilman Rennie, Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What is the life of a concrete street versus an asphalt street? And I understand that there might need to be repairs, but for this simplistic question, just the life.
The life of a concrete street, you're going to look at 40 to 50 years. Asphalt street, probably around 20, 25.
So it's basically just about a 2 times difference.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilman Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Maybe I'll just follow up a little bit on one of Councilman Leonard's questions first. So you're talking about raising the curb. Do you have to raise the curb on all options? Obviously not overlay, but you would have to raise it both on concrete and asphalt reconstruction?
For both of the reconstruction options, yes, and additionally for the engineered asphalt overlay as well. But I think it's also important to keep in mind that with any reconstruction option that is chosen, those curbs and gutters are going to break when they get out there and start breaking the concrete in the street.
Just for clarification, if I may, is that the gutter that needs to come up, the curb is not the critical part?
Thank you. I was going to ask whether it was really the curb or the gutter. Okay, so let me ask my other question that I wanted to ask before. I've asked in the past about trying to save good pieces of the sidewalk, and I understand that there's a limit to if we save this size and then we do something on both sides, it's extra cost. So how much effort do you plan to spend to try to save pieces of sidewalk if we, say, do all of them? And what is what's the minimum size we're saving before it's more costly just to rip it out and do it again?
Well, we have heard from the council that it's important to try to save sidewalk. We are going to make every effort to go out there and save all the sidewalk that we can. Ultimately, what type of cost savings you'll get from it will it's hard to say. It really depends on the bid. I think I did mention previously, when you start going out there and piecemealing and a contractor has to start working around little sections, sometimes you don't realize the same sort of cost savings that you think you're going to get. Because with a contractor, of course, it's not the material cost that is so high for them, it's the labor. So if the labor is more intensive for them to do it a different way, then the cost will go up.
So you're not going to save concrete for the sake of saving concrete, you're going to save it where it's going to save us money, right?
So we will, currently the way the plans and the specifications are written is we are going to try to save all of the sidewalk that's in good condition. We're going to make a concerted effort to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
During, I think it was Ms. Dorner's presentation, she talked about potential cost savings in just how you conduct the construction. Can you speak to that? Is there any, if you were to bifurcate it, that is the word of the night, and just do streets first and then sidewalks, do you anticipate any cost savings in doing that type of phasing? Generally, what we do with contractors is we often ask them to give us, we'll give them some parameters for phasing, but we like them to be creative about how they're going to phase, because ultimately a contractor knows best how they can get their work done most quickly. So what we like to do is we like to give them parameters on how they're not going to impact the residents. So for example, you have to make sure that the residents can't, have to have access at least within 3 days to their house. There's certain parameters we put in place, and then we ask them to come up with the staging plan, because this is usually much more cost effective than if we tell them how to do their job. And then if I may, 2 more questions. So talking about phasing, on table 3, you propose a reconstruction schedule based on the PCIs of each. So using spring 2017 as an example, you have Tate, and you explained why, but then you have Bayview, which is a 39, and you have the 3 streets that have, 27 and 27 spring of 2018. So can you just walk me through how, if you're looking at it strictly on PCI, shouldn't one of either Glenridge or Almendra go first? So the reason that Tate is on there is because Tate is a collector street. It's also 70% designed right now, so it's got most of the design done. Tate is a very large street. It's a very long street, and Bayview is not that long of a street. So one of the things that we looked at in conjunction with PCI is we also looked at the street length, trying to, so that we didn't have too large of a project. We also looked at the location. But as I mentioned during my presentation, it's really flexible. If council wanted to change how these were programmed, we could certainly do that. Okay, and one last question. Again, if you can help just explain it to me. When you're doing your reconstruction, assuming that's one of the routes we look at, is it true that the actual removal would remain constant, whether or not it's asphalt or concrete? The removal, if you're doing a reconstruction in asphalt or concrete, your removal is going to be the same. So really the variable that we're looking at if we're doing a reconstruction is the material that would be poured in after? Yes, that's correct. Okay. And in your, I'm sure you have volumes of paper, you have that, you can document how much that base amount is, and then it's just the material that is the differentiating amount? Yes, so the differentiating amount in the reconstruction would be the difference between concrete and asphalt, yes, because the operation is pretty typical between the two. It would take also a little bit more time, of course, with the concrete because of curing.
Councilman Rennie, then the Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 more questions, maybe one quick related to Councilwoman Sachs. So you have a plan to have Tate and Bayview torn up during the same time period. Does that mean that can you keep them from actually both being torn up at the same time? Because Wilder doesn't go through, so now there's no way for those people to reach Maine except go back all the way around up through Glenridge. So I'm okay with them being at the same year as long as you can find a way to not have them both torn up at the same time.
And that's something that we could put in the specifications and tell the contractor they had to keep access along one of those streets during construction. They'd have to phase it such a way to do that.
Okay. My other question is about costs and cost savings. So we talked about trying to save sidewalk for the purpose of saving money, and you've done estimates. So I assume your estimates don't really account for saving sidewalks. So is there potential savings in that? It seems like you've overestimated costs quite a bit. How are you, assuming that's correct, how are you going to make sure that a contractor doesn't come in and just bid and end up with your overestimate? How are we going to make sure that we actually get the real savings? Right now we're assuming the cost is, you're telling us the cost is here, it's probably really down in here somewhere. How do we make sure we get down in here even though we're saying it's up here?
Well, and that happens through the competitive bidding process, and all the time we put out engineers' estimates on what we think something is going to be. And oftentimes, what we try to do is we try to get the middle ground somewhere. So, just recently on a project that we had for Frank Avenue storm drain, it was, our engineer's estimate was about the middle. You had some higher and had some lower, and that's typically what you see.
And the question about saving sidewalk, is there potential savings in our estimate there?
So in the estimate, I think we had said previously that we were talking about maybe $30,000 to $60,000 for savings for concrete for the sidewalk. And the way that we had written it into the specifications is we said that we would walk the project with the contractor and tell them where we were going to be saving, what we wanted to save, basically walk it with them, see where we could save the sidewalk. Because ultimately, if it turned out that you can't save the sidewalk, or if there's a reason that you can't save the sidewalk, you're not necessarily getting any benefit by leaving that little bit of sidewalk out. You're not talking about a large amount, like 50%.
Can you clarify? So 60,000 for one of the streets, the entire Almond Grove?
That was for Broadway and Bachman.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You may have answered this, but this will be a second time round. In responding to Ms. Sayoc, you indicated, if I understood you correctly, that the underlying destruction of the streets is a given. The variable is what's placed on top. Do you have somewhere in the materials you've given us what the underlying destruction costs are?
We have not given that to you, but we could certainly get that to you. We have a breakdown of all the costs.
Well, maybe we can do it more simplistically. Maybe we can do it by a percentage. You have, assuming that we did everything that's in the report, apparently the concrete cost $18,900,000. Do you have a sense of what percentage of that would be destruction as opposed to construction?
I would have to look. I have a breakdown, but I don't have it with me.
Okay. And also, in your cost here, I am assuming that it's encompassing of consultant or a consultant. How much are the consultants costing?
So we have a 10% for design consultant in those.
So if it's cost $18 million, the person's getting a couple million?
Again, it would be put out, depending how we bid it out. But in general, as we put in the council report, the average for consultants in this area is 16% for a reconstruction. Of course, what we do is we negotiate with them. We try to get them down as much as we possibly can. But ultimately, we are trying to work also within the parameters of getting a good consultant, because where you really find that you get hit with huge costs is when the consultant makes mistakes in the design, and where your real costs are in a project are in your change orders.
Why wouldn't you be able to do it?
Why wouldn't we be able to
why
design?
wouldn't you personally?
Be able to
do the work, whatever you want the consultant to do.
So to do a reconstruction design is very time and labor intensive, would require a staff to be able to do that. We're very small for the capital projects. It's basically myself, and we have one assistant engineer. So it's really, we really act, I think, again, that would probably take a consultant a good amount of time just by themselves with 3 or 4 engineers to get all that work done.
Is the limitation that you're talking about a limitation on time, or that you or somebody might have, or a limitation in expertise?
Well, I would say that ultimately, I have personally designed many reconstruction streets myself, but we just don't have the staff to do this type of large design project in-house.
All right, you answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Rennie had his hand up, and then Councilman Leonardis.
Go ahead with Councilman Leonardis.
Okay, Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So, Ms. Peterson, if we're going to, assuming this council says, no, we want to go with the existing configuration, just tear out the curb and gutter in the street and put it back at the same width that it is now, why do we need a designer? Why do we need to pay a consultant to do that? And especially, you know, one speaker brought up the point where we could hire a full-time employee who can work on this project over a course of 4 years for maybe $500,000. And based on like you said a 16% consultant fee, that would be how much of, you know, $18 million, like $3-4 million or something like that. I don't know if my math is correct this late. Why would we spend that kind of money when we can, you know, when we did the library, we had a guy named Bruce Smith, and he has since retired, but he essentially oversaw the whole project. And I know there were other people involved, and the architect was involved, but a much more complex project required much more expertise. We're talking removing pavement and putting in new pavement and pouring curbs, building forms and pouring curbs. So assuming that the council says, hey, we want the existing design, and you don't even have to like put the curb in a different place, why would we spend like $3 or $4 million to pay a consultant for that design work?
If I could jump in on the back half of that question there and talk to the resources necessary. I think the library is a great example where you had a design architect, you had a mechanical engineer, you had a structural engineer, you had a whole series of team members that came in with their varied expertises to put that project together and to deliver it. The reason that you use consultants is they bring in that varied expertise and they provide that source of design and engineering that we don't have the ability to have from an ongoing perspective in-house. We just even a larger city like a San Francisco or a San Jose doesn't necessarily do that kind of design work in-house. It doesn't pay. It doesn't make sense. In terms of our existing staff or the Bruce Smith type of a person, we would actually have that person on the project, and that would be the project delivery, the inspector, and a project manager would be on this project full-time through the entire course of the project to deliver it. So there are internal staff costs already built into the project that we would undergo, and that's that Bruce Smith project manager element that goes with it. Excuse me. And I think you had a front end of that question, and if Lisa remembers it, maybe she can capture that. Or maybe you could repeat it if we missed it.
Well, I'll move on to one more question. We talked about now separating the sidewalks and doing as needed, so essentially replacing the street, replacing the curb and gutter. And was there ever a breakdown for, you know, the labor just for the curb and the gutter, the material for the curb and the gutter, then the material for the street, all broken down? Because we're just getting one lump sum, and it's kind of like this is what it's going to cost, take it or leave it. And speakers have raised the points about what does this aspect actually cost? What does this aspect actually cost? And there was the aspect of the haulaway that was mentioned, and the consistency, that's going to be the same or whatever. So could you provide cost breakdowns of all those elements for us?
So curb and gutter, you're looking at probably $35 a lineal foot. For sidewalk, you're looking at about $10 a square foot. For the pavement material, for concrete, you're looking at probably $70 a square yard. I think I actually do have it written down somewhere here. I can tell you.
So when you throw us a number of $18 million, how much of that $18 million is for curb and gutter? a replacement on the complete project?
I don't have that number with me.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So I think mine goes back to one somebody else asked. So we talked about a 10% design consultant cost. The cost of the total project keeps going up every time we come back. Sounds like we better hurry up and start before it goes up more. But and I think you've said the reason it's going up is materials, but why does the consultant cost have to go up if it's just the materials that are costing more and costing a lot more? So they get to collect a lot more money just because the material costs more?
And again, this is just looking at the benchmarking study is based on what on an average people have been paying for consultants. So on an average in 2014 in the Bay Area, people were paying 16% of the cost of their reconstruction for their design consultant. If prices suddenly spiked, does that mean that next year when they did the benchmarking study, maybe that average would be 15% instead of 16%? Possibly. I think that when you're dealing with a consultant, you negotiate with them. You're supposed to choose a consultant based on expertise, and then what you do is you're actually not even supposed to look at the cost of the project that they give you until you choose one based on their expertise, and then you go in and negotiate with them. And of course, we would, try to negotiate down as much as we possibly could.
And are they going to be negotiating from a perspective of here's the total cost, I want my cut, or are they going to be negotiating from it's going to take me this many hours and I'm this good, pay me this much per hour kind of thing?
Generally what they do is they actually break it out based on what they're going to do, the number of hours they're going to spend, and what type of personnel that they're going to have on it. And we take a look at all of that and negotiate with them based on those parameters.
Thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Thinking in terms of the existing concrete there, it's poured right on dirt or sand, probably not the best quality concrete, and it's been cracked for 50 years, and people have been driving on it. They think it has a life expectancy of 100 years, and I guess it must have a life expectancy of 1,000,000 years, considering the condition of it. And but thinking of the existing curbs and gutters, do they have any rebar in them? And will the new curbs and gutters have rebar? Will it be stronger? Would it be better to replace them, or is it going to just be we pour it without it?
So the town standard does show rebar in the curb and gutter. I don't know if all the existing curb and gutter has rebar in it or not.
One more question. Somebody mentioned about the escalations. Why was the project 15 million and now it's 18 million? What numbers did you use to go from there to there over since they mentioned last spring, I guess?
So, I mean, what we have seen is a very volatile bidding market right now, and what the consultant used was actual costs that they were seeing, and even for ourselves, with our rubber cape seal project, in January, rubber cape seal was bidding at $3 a square yard, and by June it was bidding at over $7 a square yard. I think it's just a very volatile bidding climate right now. Contractors are very busy, and it's just caused the prices to escalate.
But there was no actual figure that was plugged in. It was just the consultant thinks it'll be this much.
No. They used actual bid results, and they also, as far as the concrete goes, they talked with the California Nevada Cement Association, used bid results that they had around California.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know you're very happy that we have so many questions, but this
Thrilled.
is just such a fascinating topic.
I actually was going to suggest that we let Ms. Murphy and Captain Frisbee go because we've got another item left, but go ahead and ask your question.
I want to get back to the consultant issue. If the consultant is getting a percentage of the project, and so the more the project costs, the more that the consultant gets, It gives me concern that the numbers, the escalating numbers that we're getting, I think I just heard you say that these numbers come from the consultant. And should I be concerned as a person who's making a decision on these numbers that they're escalating because the contingent fee of the consultant goes up as the project numbers go up?
Let me start on this one if I can. Sorry, Lisa. First, the consultant doesn't get a percentage of the project. We use the percent as a way of estimating what we think the consultant's costs are going to be. Ultimately, the consultant is decided on through a competitive process, and the consultant will provide us with an estimate of how many hours they think it will take on the project for them to provide the service, and then what their hourly rates are. So their principal will charge at one hourly rate, and a drafter will charge at a much lower hourly rate, and they'll combine those for delivering the services that we've asked them to provide. And that is where the cost is derived, ultimately in the competitive process, not through a percentage of the cost of the project.
Thank you. And so when we have lots of numbers in these staff reports. So when we get numbers like 18 million or 16 million, are those like estimates?
Those are completely estimates. What we use is what the consultant is seeing as construction costs in the industry, and we're using those numbers to provide us with a guideline for what we think the project will cost. Ultimately, the project cost will be what we see through the competitive bid process. So we'll have multiple contractors that are bidding on this project, and through the market-driven process, we'll get the best price available, and that will drive the ultimate project cost.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So since we're on the topic of consultant, the agreement that was signed with Nichols Consulting, was that the same as you just described? I mean, I interpret it as there was a percentage, and there was another percentage, and then a 3%, and an 8%, and a 5%, and a 20%. It was like 38% markup for the services.
We had an agreement with Nichols for an overall contract amount, what they estimated it was to deliver the project cost based on an hourly rate. They've billed us based on their expenses over time. Lisa's done a great job at really beating them up to keep those costs under control, literally telling them no. I point out that when we went down the path of a design that included a complete streets, the bulb outs element, we went back afterwards and said, no, that's not going to work. We need a new design, and we're able to stay within the contract amount by really managing that contract tightly. And of the things that we've done, I think that's one to be proud of. We've really held them to the accountability level that a consultant needs to be held.
Was their original number 38%?
Their original number was the contract amount that we have with them. It was not a percentage.
Anything else?
I just wanted to say that staff really appreciates the council's questions, and we understand that the questions about cost are absolutely important. And really, we are providing estimates, and the best way to get better control and better understanding of what the numbers really are is to pick a design, pick a curb line, figure out what you want to do with streets. We would then go out to bid, and then we would ask in that bid for them to provide the itemized cost estimates, so we would know how much the destruction cost would be, how much the linear foot would be for sidewalks versus curb and gutter, and all of those details. And it would be staff's intent that before we award contract, we would bring that back for full transparency and discussion, and that way both the community, the public, and the council would have opportunity to do that. So we've provided a lot of numbers and estimates, but they are truly just estimates, and until we get into the marketplace, we're not really going to know what might go down or what might go up. I think we're committed to rigorous project management to really drive these numbers down, and if we choose a reconstruction option, which is completely within your purview, there are some cost gaps, and so we would then be looking for some other financing opportunities, and we could certainly link this with the discussion we just had with the prior item. So we're eager to move forward with the direction the council would like to provide this evening. Thank you.
Does anybody have a question based on Ms. Pravetti's comments just now? Okay.
I have
Councilman Leonardis.
a process question here.
Well, before you ask that, I just wanted, before we start our process and other discussion, we have, and I'm just doing my prerogative to interrupt us, we have item 8. It's 5 after 11, and thank you, Captain Chief Frisbee, Captain D'Antonio, and Ms. Murphy for being here. Do any member of the council anticipate that we are going to get to that reasonably this evening, or can we continue it and let these nice people go? Vice Mayor Spector.
I would suggest that we let the nice people go.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion that we continue this till our meeting of, does it fit on October 6th, Ms. Pravetti?
Yes.
The item 8, sorry, not Almond Grove, item 8. To October 6th. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much. Best laid plans of mice and men. Appreciate you being here and ready to address our questions. But good evening, unless you want to stay. Don't be the first one to run out. Got your award and you're out of here. Okay. Now, going back to item number 7, Councilman Leonardis, please ask your process question.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So there's page 11 of the staff report, a table 5 that shows a bunch of possible funding sources for this project. And there is a bottom line dollar amount in between $11,785,000, $11,785,000 and $14,288,000. And at the top, it says the existing project budget. I understand that number. I understand the second number, 2132. And I understand possible future numbers that have not been adopted yet. The question is, will we be adopting any of these numbers this evening? Or is that best saved for a future time when we have a better understanding of the actual bids coming in?
Ms. Callaway?
That's correct. These are really just estimated proposed funding of where we might draw the money from until we have more exact figures. We can't give you, a more exact estimate, but when we do have those, we could come back with a recommendation.
And the assumption is the money will still be there.
Right.
Well, since most of them are in reserves, they would stay there
Thank
unless
you.
council authorized otherwise.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Following up on Mr. Leonardis' question, is the staff anticipating and looking to the council to make a motion that will be something like, it may or may not be like this, but concrete, don't widen the streets, don't do sidewalks now. So go through this laundry list, and then it'll come back, and then you put it out to bid with those specs, comes back to us, and at that point, we know what the number, how much it is anticipated to cost, and if we have the money still in the bank.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what I'm going to suggest is the last slide that Mr. Morley put up on the conclusions. Can we put that up? Because that actually tracks the sections of the staff report as the Vice Mayor just summarized what we need to decide. And I think it's basically it's paving material. There it is. So I think those are the items that we're going to have to decide. Am I correct? In order to get the proper bidding, except for funding solutions, I suppose, because that's going to wait till the other things are decided. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So, given that, and that we have that outline up there, I open it to my fellow council members for a discussion of paving materials. And it can be a discussion, it could be a comment, or it could be a motion. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So I'll go ahead and give my opinion, maybe time for some opinions. I'm opposed to the asphalt overlay. It seems like a Band-Aid. and that will come off at some point later on. You know, building with a poor foundation sounds like a bad idea to me. We got a lot of letters, emails from people, and one of the residents comments that it's unimaginable to build on top of pavement or asphalt, concrete in such a condition, and I tend to agree with that. So I really don't like the idea of the asphalt overlay, and if you're going to do a reconstruction, I think we should go ahead and reconstruct with the concrete, because it's really not that much more expensive than the asphalt once you've gotten into the construction. It keeps the historic preservation of the almond grove. Again, I referenced some of the emails we got where people said, they've spent a lot of money following the preservation of, the Almond Grove Historic District in their own properties, and then we turn around and take the cheaper option would be kind of insulting to them. So I definitely agree with that. Our HPCs recommended we go with concrete, and I've heard almost everybody else saying they actually prefer concrete over asphalt. I did hear one person still here mention asphalt. I'd say we have almost a dozen emails also for concrete. So if you like, I'll go ahead and make a motion that we...
I was going to suggest that sounded like a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion for those reasons that we go with concrete reconstruction.
Let's see if there's a second or questions. Vice Mayor Spector.
I'm going to second it, if I might speak to the motion.
Yes, you may.
I totally agree with not doing the asphalt overlay. I was very surprised that it was brought back to us, given the fact that the consultant had told the town not to do it just a few years ago. The only reason I would go with asphalt, and that was brought up in our discussions, there are people who want the asphalt, but they want the asphalt or they prefer the asphalt mainly because they want to get this project going, and they don't want to wait till we have enough money to do the concrete. So I'm seconding this motion on the basis that the project is going to come back to us with sufficient funding, because the project is going to be limited in subsequent motions to not be as far-reaching as it's currently anticipated to be.
Councilman Leonardis and then Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I think we should make no determination between, well, I will echo the comments, the asphalt overlay, I'm not in support of that. I think at this point we shouldn't make a determination between concrete and asphalt. I think we should complete reconstruction. I think we should send both of those out to bid and see which one comes back more cost effective. To me, there is a huge difference between, say, a $15 million project and a $20 million project. I think we spend $20 million on our library and our police station, and to spend $20 million on 10 streets, I think is outrageous. I think it's nice that 50 years ago or whenever they threw down this concrete, they just kind of did it because they had it, But the fact of the matter is, when price is actually a concern or cost is actually a concern in the age we live in, I think we should get all the information about the cost before we choose the paving material. And to go out and bid just one, I think, could cost us millions of dollars by not having the information on the other one. So I'm not going to support the motion currently for those reasons.
Councilwoman Sayak.
A question, a comment and a question. The first is that I'm in agreement that we should just strike the overlay. When I read the staff report, I appreciated staff's recommendation of this because from what we've been hearing from many residents is we just want to get this done. And this clearly was a way to get it done. Now, understanding that engineering-wise and efficiency-wise, this may not be the best option, I do appreciate that that was there for that reason. What I'd like to see when this comes back is we've had a lot of discussion of there are certain fixed costs. And what I'd like to see is what that fixed cost is, and then what the difference is, whether we go Route A concrete, Route A asphalt, and then a funding solution attached to each. If it's possible to fund all 10 streets and identify those funds, I would be comfortable going with concrete. But if it means that we have to wait until an unknown source again, then I say we go with the most cost-effective route, which is the asphalt. There's still a lot of unknowns, but at least if we can identify what those fixed costs are right now and start to identify how we may be able to fund it and in how many years, I could make a decision on the actual material.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Leonardis, and if it's okay with staff that we send it out to bid with both asphalt and concrete, I would withdraw my second to this motion and support a motion sending it out for both materials.
Okay, since we're in jeopardy of losing our second, where does staff stand on the feasibility of sending out two separate requests for bid?
Staff is fine with that. We'd actually provided that as a recommendation at a prior meeting.
All right, so how does that mean that the Vice Mayor is withdrawing your second?
I'm withdrawing my second to sending this out just for concrete.
Okay. So right now, then, we have a motion for concrete and no second. Is there anyone that wants to support that existing motion? Okay, so no, that's going to fail for lack of a second. Is there an alternate motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Yes, the same motion as Mr. Rennie made, only to send it out for bid on both asphalt and concrete.
If I might, we haven't discussed the fact that there's additional design costs for the asphalt side, so we'd need to amend the agreement with Nichols by about $35,000 to accommodate that, and that would get the project done. Lisa's going to correct me if it's 35 or 25. I lost
So
track of it.
that was actually a question of mine. As I understood it, that the $35,000 that was asked for in the staff report was if there was asphalt, there was increased design costs, which I didn't frankly understand, and that there was no associated increased design cost if we stayed with concrete because it was fully designed. Is that correct? So even if we bid it at asphalt, you're telling us that we have to spend $35,000 to do that?
Sorry, I've been corrected. It's $25,000 to adjust the design to accommodate asphalt. Whether the concrete is fully designed on the two streets, and we can bid those with no additional design costs. In order to adjust the design to accommodate asphalt, it would be an additional $25,000 in design costs.
Vice Mayor.
I can't remember. Did I get a second my motion?
No, you had a bunch of questions. Well, Mr. Morley wanted to add something, and then I asked a question. So right now.
All right, well, then I should just stop now with my motion because I did want to speak to it, but I'll stop since it doesn't have a second yet.
Okay, so let's see if there's a second.
Second.
It's seconded. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I would like to speak to my motion. I know that we've been talking about the consultant and whether the consultant is going to cost $35,000 or $25,000. I do anticipate a motion within this subject matter that goes to the cost of the consultant. So for the purposes of my motion that I have on the table that's now been seconded, I have no assumptions within it as to how much the consultant is going to cost.
Okay, is that understood by the other members of the council? It's simply a motion to send it out for bid for concrete and asphalt, correct?
Correct.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Questions or discussion on that motion, Councilman Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So words like it bother me. So it means Broadway and Bachman sent out for bid, correct?
Let's ask the maker of the motion.
The maker of the motion anticipated all the streets.
As did the seconder.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Go ahead.
Oh, we should probably ask staff, because now I think you just asked for a whole lot more consultant cost to design work. My understanding is before they can send this out, the design work has to be done. So the design work is done on Bachman and Broadway. It's not done, well, it's 70% done on Tate, last I heard. It's not done at all on the others, so you could be here a long time. My suggestion would be to just send it out on those 2 streets so that we can get something back and get some information and maybe get started on this.
Are you asking the maker of the motion for an amendment to the motion to that effect?
Yes, please.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
And perhaps she wants to hear from staff first.
Well, let's see what she thinks generally, and then we'll see what staff thinks.
I'm not prepared to amend my motion yet, because where I was going with all of this is that we just move forward, we set the parameters, i.e. No widening or narrowing of the streets, do the handicapped accessible, just replace the dead trees, minimize the consultant expenditures. So I had this vision of the whole thing and limiting the whole thing. But if it's impossible to do that from a staff perspective, I guess I should hear that.
Okay, Ms. Peterson or Mr. Morley, you want to address that?
From staff's perspective and not wanting to read into where it's going in terms of delivery of design, if we need to do an asphalt design on this project, because it's so far along with Nichols Consulting, we would earnestly encourage us to continue on with that and finish the design on Broadway and Bachman, and then to start afresh there with additional design direction and look for additional design alternatives from that. So Broadway and Bachman are 100% designed on concrete. All of the CAD drawings and the elevations and all of the key details are held by Nichols. They have all the progress and the institutional knowledge with that. So we rather continue forward with them for the project design delivery.
Okay, so I'm hearing that. I just want to clarify your answer and our discussion. When you say that the street is fully designed, I'm assuming that you're saying it's designed with curb and gutter, 4-foot, et cetera. So if the vice mayor's vision is, well, we're not going to do that, how does that, and we want to put it out to bid for something that's not that, are we then saying, well, we have to redesign it? Or can we say those are our parameters, we're doing it for 2 streets because that's going to give us a cost idea of what the rest of it is going to be? So that's my question to you.
So I think the project as a whole is bifurcated to the first 2 streets having a full design, and then the future streets needing a design, and we would bring those designs back to council for authorization to bid, as is standard with our public works projects.
Okay, the further question is, if the currently fully designed streets include curb and gutter, widening, trees, et cetera, and the maker of the motion is indicating that she doesn't necessarily want to include those, how does that change your perspective?
So then that modification on design will incur additional design costs to adjust that design. So currently, as we've talked about, the design includes the widening of the park strips, and to move away from that would incur additional design costs to adjust.
All right, Vice Mayor, given that information, how do you want to change, if at all, your motion?
Quite frankly, I find this a little frustrating, but having said that, I'm not going to change my motion. We'll see if I lose a second, so be it.
Councilman Leonidas.
The seconder prefers to look at this project as 10 streets together at one time, not just 2 streets, not just 2 streets with a complete streets application recommended by somebody, provided by a consultant, that keeps being driven down our throats. The seconder wants to listen to the people and provide a project that will, number 1, get paid for, number 2, get done, and number 3, will be what the people want, from what I've heard. So if that means getting rid of the consultant or paying the consultant more money to tell us what our original streets look like, I find that outlandish, but I'm not changing my second. I agree with the Vice Mayor.
Okay, Madam Vice Mayor, can I ask you to restate your motion so that we all understand it?
If I remember it. As I recall, and I'm sure that someone on staff, the town manager, will correct me if I'm wrong, it was to send this out. The motion currently encompasses both concrete and asphalt, and for all the streets. And I will ask the town manager, did I say anything more than that?
That's the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Seconder, that's your understanding.
Yes, and that was for concrete and asphalt reconstruction. Just to make sure that gets heard.
Okay, I have a question for the maker of the motion, and I'm not sure if it's a suggestion for an amendment or if it's just a question. And it is, when you were speaking to, or I forget, frankly, what you were speaking to at the time, but when you were telling us your vision for curb, gutter, trees, etc., when your motion is for all 10 streets, are you envisioning a widening of tree planting, a replacement of curb and gutter? What is it you're envisioning that we get back?
What I am envisioning, because I didn't want to make this all one motion, I was trying to get us off the square one and moving forward. But the components that I see of this omnibus motion, or ultimately, would apply to all the streets. It would not differ one from the other, like one's wider and one's narrower and one isn't. It would apply to all of the streets.
Seconder, is that your understanding?
That is my understanding as well. I personally see no value in widening one part of Tate and leaving the other part of Tate, or narrowing one part of Tate and leaving the other part of Tate the same. This neighborhood is unique, and it has a lot of historical features. It has a lot of personal elements that were created over time that cannot be recreated. And to try to homogenize it by changing the width by a few inches and making the gutters greater. I liked Ms. Gilbert's comments about, hey, you could plant smaller trees if your curb planter is 2 feet wide as opposed to 4 feet wide. There's a lot of personality in that neighborhood, and I want to keep the personality and the historic charm. That's what really makes it. So I don't want to alter the streets or the planters at all. I just want to replace the material.
Okay, other questions or comments on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So I'm a little worried that this motion is not really plausible, so I want to ask some more questions of staff. What we're asking, hearing, is to go out for bid on all 10 streets, which, tell me where I'm wrong, means you have to design all the streets. You have to spend all the money to do all the design, and it's going to take a long time to do all the design for all the streets. Maybe there's a follow-up if you can answer that to start.
I think that's generally correct. Long time is sort of a little nebulous, but it will take definitely some time, and we'll need to do the design for those streets, yes.
How long is it taking you to get the design for the current 2 streets done?
1 year for 2 streets. I don't imagine it's 1 year for each of the 2 streets. I think there's probably some economies of scale as we move that through. We'd have to come back with a solution to those designs for you.
So what do you think the estimated time to get those designs done for all 10 streets are then?
I'm gonna say 18 months to 2 years in a time frame. Just looking for a head nod from Lisa on that.
And so what was your original plan? Was to do design and then construct, and then you were designing the next phase while you were getting construction going, is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'm very skeptical about 18 months to 2 years to take existing street configurations and redesign those. I think we should consider submitting an RFP for all 10 streets, whatever we need, whatever expertise we need, or perhaps hiring somebody who has the expertise and bringing them on as a full-time employee at perhaps a lesser cost. I would anticipate this being ready by springtime. I can't understand why it wouldn't be, why we couldn't have even the bid process go on and have this construction start next summer. So that's what I would be looking for, sending out an RFP.
Okay, so I'm going to weigh in and say that I support the idea, the concept of the motion. I support the idea of getting an actual bid that has actual cost breakdowns rather than estimates that keep changing. I'm concerned that we're hearing that staff thinks it's a prerequisite to design before we can get a bid for if we do all 10. And one of the continuing problems has been that there's an assumption about design which we bring back and it ends up being something that no one wants. And we spend a whole lot of time and money doing a design that no one wants. And then we are starting all over again. So I have trouble with the 10 streets and the whole design. And I guess that I would be more inclined to support something that said, okay, you got 2 streets, one's designed, one's 70% designed. Let's see what it costs for asphalt versus concrete. And then if we don't want to do the curb and stuff like that, have that incorporated into the bid. So I just have trouble with the 40,000-foot viewpoint where we're going to get a design that we don't want. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. What the mayor has stated is exactly what I felt and stated sometime within the past year. And we are where we are now. My concern is if we don't set the parameters in a way that a majority of this council agrees to, i.e. no widening or narrowing of the streets, replace only dead trees. If we don't set those parameters tonight, if we just go forward with 2 streets where we don't agree with the design, or at least 3 of us don't, that we're just going to keep going in this circle. And I'm trying to get us out of this circle and moving ahead.
Councilman Leonardis, then Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I want to echo Councilmember Spector's comments. I mean, the reason why we've been perpetuating here for 2 years on this one design is because we hired a consultant to do a complete streets thing that nobody wanted. We paid him a lot of money, and now we got to pay him more money to just tell us what our original streets look like. I don't anticipate that lack of direction going forward. I anticipate this council picking a clear direction and staff implementing that direction this point forward. And that's why I don't anticipate it taking 18 months. So I'm 100% with Vice Mayor Spector in setting the parameters and following the parameters from this point forward.
Councilwoman Sayoc.
I understand there's a motion and a second on the floor, but it sounds like we might be able to go ahead and set those parameters. It sounds like we're all talking around quite similar things, but we're not in agreement on how to move forward, whether it's 10 versus 2. Well, so I don't know process-wise if we have to vote on what's on the floor right now, but it does sound like if we take each of these elements separately, curb line design, trees, we can actually get to agreement, and then we get to that larger question of do we move forward with all 10 or do we just look at the first 2 and stagger it out?
Okay, I'm going to look to the maker of the motion. I agree with Councilwoman Sayoc that if we're talking about moving forward and setting parameters, we have to do that. We haven't done that, and it's not incorporated into the motion.
If the mayor is looking to a broadening of the motion to set parameters, I am prepared to do that.
She is.
And also, I would say these are going to be very general, but I will move forward and move to amend my own motion.
Thank you.
To add to it that the streets will be designed in their current width. They will not be widened. They will not be narrowed. That handicapped accessibility will be included. That dead trees will be replaced, but not trees generally. I'm not going to get into the consultant at this point. And so unless the seconder of the motion has more components, that's what I see as the general guidelines.
Thank you. Seconder, do you want to add anything to that, or would you like to retain your second with that explanation?
I will add one thing, that we try to preserve as many sidewalks as possible. So curb and gutters, replaced, sidewalks retained, and all the things that Vice Mayor Spector mentioned.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
The maker of the motion agrees that curbs and gutters will be included only because we had testimony that it has to be done. Actually, my first thought earlier this evening was I would get rid of that. But based on the testimony that we have to have the curbs and gutters changed, I will include that. And I actually did not anticipate replacing the sidewalk except for the handicapped accessibility component, but I will go along with Mr. Leonardis to the extent that we need to repair or replace the sidewalk. That's fine, but I would like to preserve as much of it as possible.
Seconder, is that your understanding?
Well, I think I'll back off from the sidewalk for now because it's becoming a big motion.
Okay, well, on the sidewalk, I think the Vice Mayor has just explained that she wants to preserve sidewalk where possible while complying with the ADA. Is that also your intention?
Yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, so is it or not?
It's reasonable. I'll go with it.
Vice Mayor?
I'll do anything to get a second at this point. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, Councilman Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So this motion, I think, is gotten too big, and I still think it's not feasible to wait 2 years or half that time, whatever you think it is, to get a bid. I think we should focus on agreeing on what the design parameters should be, separate from asking for them to go design 10 streets and bring back a bid. I would prefer us to decide what the design parameters are as a motion, or several motions if we need to vote on each one, and then go and get the first 2 street bids. I think part of what the Vice Mayor may want to do is try to figure out what is the real cost. Once we get the first 2 streets down, maybe we can extrapolate and find out what that is. But my feeling is we're not going to get started. We're still going to be sitting here in 2 years from now with not having anything done, when we could actually go ahead, get bids on, with some design alterations, bids on the first 2 streets sometime in the next 3 months, let's say. I don't know what the number is, but some small amount of time. And then we could actually go and if we agreed, do those 2 streets and learn from them if we chose the right things and the right process and so forth, and then apply any learnings to the other streets. I think it's dangerous to go try to bid and do all 10 streets at the same time, because there's a lot of unknowns here. I think everybody realizes that. We're taking a lot of guesses. So, I would prefer us to break things differently. So I can't support the motion as is. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the motion? Questions? Vice Mayor?
Thank you. What Mr. Rennie says is actually reasonable, but the reason that this motion is not moving in that direction, the reason this motion has all of the streets and a simplified paradigm is because it's taken so long for us to deal with just 2 streets. And so at this point, my intent was to identify and narrow the variables and move forward on all the streets.
Other comments on the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. And I think we have to go back to the time when the reason these 2 streets were chosen. You looked at the hopper and you said, we got $4 million in the hopper. And then you kind of had an idea, well, these are going to take a couple $1 million a piece, and that's all the money we got, so let's spend all the money and let's design them cutesy, and let's forget about everybody else. Well, now we're in a different position. I mean, our strategy has changed, our vision has changed. It's almost as if we should abandon the original trend of thought or whatnot and get the 10 streets bid and do it all collectively. That's what divided the community and brought you all in here upset. We had neighbor against neighbor. I want my street to be concrete. I want mine to be asphalt. If yours is concrete, you're not going to be able to pay for my asphalt. I mean, it was ridiculous. You shouldn't have to be at this level. Now we have funding. We have a plan, we have a vision, we can tackle it all at one time. I don't know how long it will take. I think 18 months is too long, but quite frankly, I believe it'll happen a lot quicker than that, and perhaps we can have a motion to expedite that later on this evening, or this conversation. But I think going about it and looking at it globally, all 10 streets, is the right approach at this point.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'll make another one. So I disagree with not tackling the trees that are tearing up the sidewalks. I think the part of the motion was to only go after the dead trees. To me, it doesn't make any sense. If we're if we're not replacing sidewalk, then maybe it doesn't matter what trees we replace. But if we're doing sidewalk, and there's quite clear places on Bachman where the liquid ambers have turned it into a roller coaster ride, and the nature of that tree is their roots run along the surface. If you cut the roots back, they'll just, either the tree's going to die anyway, or it's going to do the same thing. So you've now spent money which you then have to replace in only a few years. So to me, it doesn't make any sense to not get rid of the trees that are going to do damage to the sidewalk and to the streets that you just spent a lot of money to fix. So I have trouble with that part of the motion also, and I hope others will too. Thank you.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
To address the trees, we have a lot of mature trees in that neighborhood, and ultimately over time any tree may or may not do damage. To try to predict future damage, and the damage will be corrected, the existing damage will be corrected. Whether that damage will ever resurface, who knows, but it'll be potentially much further down the line. But I wouldn't speculate on removal of mature trees based on current damage with the expectation, well, they're just going to damage it further down the line.
Any other comments or questions on the motion? Okay. I'm just going to say for the record that I'm not going to support the motion because I think that the best way for us to go forward and figure out what actual costs are is to take existing designs or to change the parameters on the asphalt bid. Because it's 70% designed, it's the cheapest way to get an alternate design with the parameters that are listed in this motion. And I would rather see those cost comparisons instead of wait for 2 years to go through another design process, which may be what people don't want. So I don't see this as particularly moving us forward. So I'm not going to support it for that reason. But I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay, it fails 3-2. And so I will look for an alternate motion. Councilwoman Sayoc.
What I'd like to do now is I'd like to break it up into specific motions. Starting with page 7, curb line design. After each discussion, there's recommendations. And so I am looking at page 8. For curb line design, I move for option B, keep the existing curb line in place. And all the verbiage associated with that, it will be in my motion.
Okay, has everybody found that on their staff report? And if so, is there a second?
I'm happy to second that.
That's seconded by Councilman Rennie. Any questions or comments on that limited motion? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Councilman Leonardis.
I'm hesitant about paying another $35,000 change order to keep the current curb line in place. So I don't know if I'll be supporting or not.
Let's ask Ms. Peterson or Mr. Morley, why do we need to pay $35,000 to retain our curb line?
So the consultant, in order to put the curb line back in its original location, is going to need to do new cross sections. So in addition with doing new cross sections, they're going to have to do new quantities, new engineer estimate, new plan sheets, and just for Broadway and Bachman, that's 40 plan sheets. So there's a significant amount of work they would need to do.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. can we not ask the consultant to eat that 35 grand since they were paid 300 grand to design a street that wasn't technically approved by council and it was just kind of thrown upon the people who didn't want it?
The existing design was done in consultation with the neighborhoods through multiple neighborhood meetings. So there was consultation along the way with the existing neighborhood. The consultant is not likely. We can certainly ask, and we will ask the consultant to eat the 35 grand, but it's not likely that that's something that the consultant will be willing to do.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I would agree with the first sentence of the motion, which is keep the existing curb line in place. Then it gets into changing some planter areas, not changing others, changing trees, not changing others. It was just this kind of these variables and complexity that I didn't want to include in the future. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Actually, Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Sayak.
If I may, I'd like to amend my motion. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to simplify it so that we can come to agreement as a council on what our design parameters are. And then once those design parameters are agreed on, then we can have the discussion of how do we move forward with bids. So if I may, I will amend the motion so that regardless if it's the 2 streets or the 10, design parameters will only be to keep the existing curb line in place.
Okay, and I understand that to mean that you are not including, as you were before, the remainder of subparagraph B.
Correct.
Councilman Rennie, do you maintain your second?
Yes.
Okay, questions or comments on that amended motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Councilwoman Sayak, try again.
Okay, so page 9 now, where we're looking under street trees. I move to approve recommendation A, which is to remove unsuitable street trees. And I'm going to stop there because, again, this report specifies those that have been discussed under the 2 streets. And I'd like the design parameter to be to remove unsuitable street trees, again, regardless of the 2 or the 10.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a question for the maker of the motion, which is unsuitable means, for example, liquid amber. It doesn't mean dead. The vice mayor was talking about removing dead trees, so I just want to make sure exactly what it is that you intend to encompass in your motion.
In my motion, it's to remove trees that the town arborist and PPW feel will cause damage to future infrastructure.
Okay, Councilman Rennie?
I'm okay with that.
Okay. Councilman Leonardis?
If I can make a suggestion to the maker of the motion, unsuitable is vague and ambiguous. We just recently adopted a new tree ordinance. Should we not make the motion, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but applicable to the new tree ordinance?
Actually, I actually like that. We spent a significant amount of time discussing the tree ordinance policy, and so I would want future work to be in accordance with that policy.
And then,
Ms. Pavetti.
And the new tree preservation ordinance defines unsuitable trees, so that is a term of art. And I just want a clarification. The motion is to remove unsuitable trees, but there's no mention of replacement. Is the intention to replace as well as remove, or just remove?
I'm not going to get into replace right now.
Okay, so I'm hearing a very circumscribed motion, and that you are going to move to get rid of, because I want to say move to remove, unsuitable, quote-unquote, trees as per the new town tree ordinance, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Councilman Rennie?
That's fine. I don't think there's even a difference in that motion, to tell you the truth.
It's just referring to the town's ordinance. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I'm looking at the discussion of the trees, and it said the street trees that are recommended for replacement are either unsuitable street trees or trees that are dying or blighted. And then it goes on, street trees considered to be unsuitable street trees are trees that cause such hazards as, and then it goes on to describe different kinds of trees that are either appropriate or not appropriate. Is this motion encompassing that entire discussion of what is or is not an appropriate tree?
If I may ask staff a question before answering. When you created the staff report, that verbiage that was just recited, is that in keeping with our our new policies?
It's my recollection that liquid amber was defined as an unsuitable tree. I don't recall about the magnolia.
Yeah, that is true, and I think the language in both allows for replacement of trees where they're causing damage to the infrastructure.
Okay, and to confirm it's consistent with our new tree protection policies?
That is correct. If the council wanted to provide direction specific to the larger specimen trees that are causing damage to the infrastructure that we had originally proposed to leave, that would be helpful.
Okay, then yes.
Then yes, what?
Then yes, I am including the discussion verbiage that is in here.
Including the fact that large street trees will be retained.
Correct.
Okay. Councilman Rennie.
I agree, yeah.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector.
Again, clarification, large street trees will be maintained. However, the motion includes sweet gum, liquid amber, magnolias, and one can definitely consider these large street trees. So are they some large street trees but not others?
If you read down into the next paragraph on that section of the memo, it defines the trees that would be proposed to stay.
If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I do understand what trees are to remain, but I just want clarification on the motion because the motion seems to be talking about large, and some of these that will be removed or could be removed are large. So the motion is basically this entire discussion part.
With the addition of the reference to the town's new tree protection ordinance?
That is correct.
Okay. Councilman Rennie?
Yes.
Councilman Leonardis?
I was going to say, in the tree protection ordinance, it discusses or describes the process to remove a large tree, when a large tree can be removed, a 24-inch diameter. It covers all those things. So it may be beneficial to have that in place. It's getting close to midnight. I don't know if we'll get it.
I think that that's incorporated in the motion, correct, Councilwoman Sayoc?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Does everyone understand now the motion? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-1. Vice Mayor Spector opposed. Councilwoman Sayoc. If there's anything you want to go forward with.
Actually, you know, those were the only two that I felt strongly about, and I'm going to save the actual material and how to move forward for others that may have ideas.
Okay. So we have motion with respect to the curb line that includes the sidewalk. We have motion with respect to trees. I think that what council needs to consider now is whether to go forward. The motion with all 10 streets failed on a 2-3 vote. So we do have some parameters in place, and we're looking now for a motion with respect to how many things, streets, et cetera, we want to go out to bid. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I propose that all 10 streets be bid simultaneously in concrete reconstruction or asphalt reconstruction.
Okay, we'll look to see if there's a second, but I think that's the motion that just failed.
I will second it.
All right, it's going again. Any questions on that motion?
Comment, I'd like to say the first motion was more complicated than that, and we have added subsequent motions that you never know, maybe someone will step up this time.
They might. All right, so we have a motion to bid all 10 streets for asphalt and concrete, and we'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Okay. Fails 2-3. So, okay, I'm going to try a motion then. And my motion is that with the limiting motions that were just approved by the council with respect to curb line and trees and sidewalks, that we direct the town to put out to bid the 2 streets that are fully designed, which I'm going to say are, it's late, with Broadway and Bachman. They are fully designed at concrete, but we have changes to what that design is. And they are 70% designed at asphalt. My motion would be for us to send those 2 streets out to bid with the limitations that the council has just put in place. I would anticipate and incorporate into my motion that that would not require a redesign. And if someone thinks that it requires a redesign, I want to hear why and how, but my motion would be that I expect that does not require a redesign, that we just want to get a dollar figure on the concrete and the asphalt with the curb line as discussed, with the tree replacement and removal as discussed, so that we can take those figures and determine what to do and hopefully move forward with the project. Mr. Morley.
With leaving the curb line in its existing location, that's a change to the current design, and the change to the current design will require an additional cost. I can explain why it needs an additional cost. Is that going to be helpful to you at all?
I think I heard it before, is that it's going to have it's going to require different materials, a cut line, different plans. I get that, and I don't charge $35,000, so I don't understand why we can't send it to bid. I know it's late, sorry, with those specifications. Ms. Pavetti, you want to give it a try?
I just was, if I may, just for the benefit of all of us, if it's possible to go to bid on just the unit cost overall, so that way we could at least understand what the unit costs might be, and then at a staff level, we figure out the quantities or work with the consult. If there might be another way of trying to get to the outcome that I think council needs to make the choice.
That is an excellent suggestion. Mr. Morley?
So as a public agency, a non-charter city, I believe that we're required to do a plan set, a design, and then a bid, and then a build. We're not allowed to do a design-build process, so we need to live within those parameters that are set forth by the state.
Well, so I didn't really finish my motion, but I guess I'm not going to get a second, so I'm going to let everybody ask questions, and then we'll see where we go with that. Councilman Leonardis and then Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I mean, at this point, I would be inclined to figure out what it would cost to do a new RFP. I know I suggested for all 10 streets, but, you know, if we're going to spend another 35 grand, we should go out there and see what it would cost to get an RFP for all 10 streets with our existing configuration. Somebody might come back and say, oh, that's easy. You know, you're going to go with your existing curb line, you're going to cut down a few trees, I'll do it for $25,000. I don't know. Maybe that's too optimistic, but we don't have that information. All we have is information, give us another 35,000, we'll give you your original streets back. And I don't like that. I don't like the way this whole thing went down. I had never approved of the $300,000. It went through in consent items. I didn't even get to vote on it. But when I found out about the way it was presented, it was, in my opinion, not transparent whatsoever. So I have a real problem giving another $35,000 just to get our original street back.
Is our clock late or early? The Vice Mayor is going to make a motion to continue past midnight, I think. Okay. So, Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'm going to get us, hopefully get us moving. I'm going to make a motion to continue our meeting to 12:20.
Does that mean we have to stay till 12:20? What if we finish before?
Oh, later then.
Okay. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Second by Councilman Leonardis. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Yahoo. Councilwoman Sayak.
Okay, I'm going to throw it back to staff. Given the design parameters that we have now, and if we wanted to move forward in an expedient manner, what are our options if we wanted to look at utilizing what we have in front of us without spending a lot of money? Can you just go through what our different options are and how much each one will cost?
And can I add to that, to get what?
To get a bid for 2 streets, so Broadway and Bachman.
Okay, to get a bid for Broadway and Bachman expeditiously in only concrete and asphalt.
Correct.
So concrete, per the parameters that have been described, we need to do a redesign for the asphalt portion and for the concrete portion to adjust the curb line from the current design. That
And in
means
your
the curb
opinion-
line needs to go up in order to accommodate the new design. So the curb is too low for for replacement material. The concrete depth and the asphalt depth in the new designs will be too deep for the existing curb line. If we left the curb line exactly where it is, it would be the roadway surface would be above it. So we need to adjust that back and raise it to accommodate that. That includes things like the water flow, to ensure that the water flows adequately, that the driveways are accommodated, all of those things that make sure that everything, piece by piece, house by house, that everything is accommodated along the entire design. So that additional design will have a cost associated with it. That's going to be the most expeditious option. An alternative option, which would be less expeditious, would be to redo the design from the ground up based on the parameters that you provided through a different RFP process, and that would be a market-driven cost. The current agreement with Nichols is roughly $330,000, and so we would expect something similar from a different design consultant.
Did that answer your question?
That did. If I may, just one more question.
Okay, I was going to go ahead. Then before I call on you, Councilman Leonardis, I'm going to ask a follow-up question based on what Mr. Morley just said.
Okay, so the designs that we currently have, those are ours now. And so to augment that for these new design parameters will take us about $25,000 to $35,000. Is that what I'm hearing?
So for $25,000 for the asphalt and $35,000 for the curb. So there's 2 costs associated with that: $25,000 for the one design, $35,000 for the other.
Oh, so it's even more. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a hypothetical for you. Bachman and Broadway are 100% totally, completely designed per whatever, not with our additional motions, for concrete, correct?
Correct.
We don't have to spend any money on that. What if we said, hey, what if we did that in asphalt? And then you gave us the prices, and you came back to the council, and the council said, oh, you know what? We compared the prices, we got all those costs broken down, the like removal costs, the whatever cost. Then we came back to another meeting, and we said, gosh, you know what? We really didn't want to take that part of the sidewalk out or change the curb line, so gosh, we can estimate, because all these things are estimates that you're giving us, that that's going to change the cost by X. Can we do it backwards like that? You know what I'm saying? Don't design it first, design it after. Say, we have it all designed in concrete. Yahoo, here, give us a bid for that. And while you're at it, give us a bid for the same thing in asphalt. Bring it back to the council. Council looks at it and says, okay, now we have a cost comparison, except we don't think we want to do that with the tree planter. Okay, how would that work?
As difficult as it is, the asphalt and the concrete have different designs. So we need a specific design for each in order to get a bid price for each of them. we're able to value engineer a project to adjust it and scale down after we've bid it. But I don't know that that gets you to where you want to be.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. A couple years ago, there was a street called Royce Street, and it was made out of old busted-up concrete, and we tore it out, and we put asphalt in there. What process did we use when we did that?
I'm not aware of what that project was.
And it was before your time, but Royce Street is located, help me out here, in between North Santa Cruz and University Avenue, adjacent to the parking lot where Carrie Nations is, I guess. Further down south. The brewing company, I'm sorry. So wouldn't it be prudent to figure out what the costs were associated with that, the removal, the square footage, the amount of asphalt and the replacement and such, and then come back with some kind of a parameter or measuring stick?
I think we've done that through providing you estimates that are actually more current today for the design that we have.
All right, Vice Mayor and then Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually thought Mr. Leonardis' suggestion was a good one.
Which one?
The last one. The Royce example. I see what I am hearing is a disconnect. I think I'm hearing a council that wants to understand how much it costs to do the Almond Grove with some simplified parameters. The responses that I hear us getting continue to be, one, complex, and secondly, wedded to the design we already have. The council is struggling with how to make its way out of this, and I'm not hearing answers or suggestions from the staff.
And we appreciate that frustration. I think, if design was simple and it's just a matter of putting, the new parameters into a CAD drawing and just pushing a button, then that would be great. But it's a lot more complicated, and I can appreciate that the town would prefer to put the money in the actual project instead of into plans, but we need to have the plans and specs. And unfortunately, the past of this project had been different designs. And so now, even though theoretically it's exactly as it is today, we don't have as-built plans. So someone's going to have to draw those up for us, and that's where the design work comes in. And I wish there was a magic way of building that bridge for us.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Think about this. Are we going to rescind our decision to change the curb lines? If no, then why are we afraid to pay for the design change now, which we know is going to happen anyway? Just pay for it, because we're going to pay now or we're going to pay after we make a decision. Unless you think we're going to change the curb line back to their current design, just pay it and get the real estimate. I can't understand what the problem is here.
Right, and actually that raises a really good point. So one thought is that if council likes the curb line as it is today, then maybe we're paying now for the design work, but hopefully because we're not moving a whole bunch of other stuff when it comes to construction costs, we might be saving in terms of the overall project. So, in terms of a total project cost, by keeping the curb line where it is, we'll pay a little bit more upfront, but then you won't have all those other construction things that will need to occur. They're just going to be replacing the curbs as they are.
Does anyone have a suggestion for a motion so we can try to wrap this up in some fashion? Maybe, I'm not going to say satisfactorily, I'm just going to say in some fashion. Councilman Rennie?
So, thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'll go ahead and make that motion that we pay the $25,000 and the $35,000 to adjust the design to get a asphalt design and a concrete design where the curb line stays where it is, where we made our motions earlier, for, and take those out for bid. And so we get bid for asphalt and concrete on Bachman and Broadway.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, that's going to fail for lack of a second. Does someone have an alternative? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Again, if we're going to go throw more good money at bad at this point in time, I think we throw good money at good. I don't know why we can't send this out for an RFP and get all 10 figured out and paid for. I mean, we're getting all 10 paid for. We're finally at that point where we have a funding solution, which we've never, ever had. We've never been so close. And we're stuck with this poor, situation where we can't agree on this consultant that I don't think any of us really consented to hire to do a complete street solution that nobody even wanted, and we want to pay them more money. And it's like another partial solution, in my opinion. I want to guarantee that all 10 streets are going to be done, all 10 streets are going to be designed, and we're going to know what those numbers actually are. That's what the struggle has been. And with this current situation we're in, unless we abandon the situation, I don't see that happening. Not in the next 10 minutes.
Okay, so just before I call on Councilman Rennie, that's a motion for an RFP for 10 streets. I heard it as a motion, correct?
Well, I will go ahead and officially make it as a motion. The motion is we get a new RFP for all 10 streets, concrete reconstruction, asphalt reconstruction. And the motion, and the RFP process, Nicholson could come back and they can have that for us. Maybe it'd only take them a couple months to put that together. I don't know. They have all the data. They've been working on this since 2011. So to make an assumption it's going to take us 18 months and it's going to hold us up I don't know if that's true or not, but I would like to find that out before I go spend $20 million.
Okay. Does anyone want to second that motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
I might, but it's to issue a request for proposal for all 10 streets in asphalt and in concrete within the parameters of our prior motions, which maintain the curb lines. The curb lines.
Yes, that is correct.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion that's made and seconded. Before I decide what to do on the motion, I have a question for staff. If there's an RFP as described in the motion, are you going to tell me that I need to develop designs now that's going to cost me another whatever?
I understood the RFP to be an RFP for design.
Is that what you intended?
Inevitably, according to what staff has been saying all evening, we're going to have to send out we're going to have to pay for more design work for the additional 8 streets that aren't included in the first design work, or the initial 2 streets, which we're going to have to pay more for to get our original configuration back. So, in other words, I'm trying to cut our losses and do all 10 at once and have one big bid based on what council has discussed this evening, as opposed to say, okay, we spend another 25 and another 35 and we get this thing back, and then by the way, we got to again spend another who knows down the line. I think it's better to get the whole job at once. We would be dealing with potentially 2 separate RFPs anyway. So let's just do one more RFP and get it done right based on the parameters that the council has selected and clear direction.
We could also do a new RFP for design that provides pricing street by street, and then you'll have a comparison number for the design for those other 2, at least for your consideration.
Okay, before we go further with that, Vice Mayor, did you understand your second to be a second for an RFP for design?
Actually not.
I thought not. Councilman Leonardis.
Question for staff. Based on the earlier testimony of staff, do we need to have a design in place in order to get a bid? The answer is yes.
And you can use the analogy of the library. You couldn't give us parameters, put some windows over here, put a roof on it, and let's go out and get bids. They need a design, and if it's 70% done, then the contractor goes, what do I do with the other 30%? I don't know where this is going to go. So that leaves it open to you. We'll get some bids if you went out with the 70% design, but you're going to get some very high bids because they don't know what that other 30% is that needs a design. So you need to have a design completed in order to get bids under the public contracting law.
Councilman Leonardis.
So because none of us really knows what that will come back at and what price, because before, the designer, it was just selected through a consent item. It was like there was no RFP. I mean, what if we send out an RFP and it comes back at $50,000 for design? I mean, that would be cheaper than spending 25 and 35 and we get all 10 streets done at one time. We just don't know. We need the information. If it's necessary to do an RFP just to get the design, then I'm in support of that concept. If we didn't have to get the cost of rebuilding or reconstructing these streets without a design, I would be in support of that concept, but that's not what staff is telling me. So my motion is let's send out an RFP for design of all 10 streets according to the parameters that council has approved in its two previous motions and adding the words asphalt and concrete.
Does anyone want to second that motion? Question.
Question of staff. To send an RFP out based on the motion that Councilman Leonardis has just stated, is there an upfront cost to the town?
Not a hard cost, only staff time.
And so, based on your judgment, is it plausible to get something below 55,000?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so is there a second? Motion's going to fail for lack of a second. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Let me try another motion. So we're trying to get information about costs. So, and we don't seem to want to spend more money on design that we're going to have to spend anyway. So what if I make another suggestion? Instead, we have design for 2 streets for concrete with a curb line that's moved 6 inches about. Why don't we send that out for bid? We find out what it is. We ask staff to then extrapolate, interpolate. If I change the material to asphalt based on a square yard cost of asphalt, I would get about this cost for doing it in asphalt. So then we'd have a hard bid for what it is in concrete. Not quite the right design. Maybe we can decide to go with that design if it's only moved 6 inches. And then we'll have a pretty close guess at what asphalt would do. Try that for a no more cost chance to move us forward.
Before I ask you to make that into a motion, because I didn't hear it made a motion, I'm going to look again to staff and see whether that works, because it's assuming a change. It's assuming a 6-inch change in the curb. So does what Councilman Rennie is suggesting, is that even possible?
I understood the motion to include the design as it's currently made.
Was a 6-inch, I think it was a 6-inch change.
It's a 6-inch change from the current curb line, so it's the same design that's already done.
So it varies by location. That was the point of marking it in the street. So there's some areas that are slightly more than 6 inches, some that are 6 inches, some that are no change.
So the answer is yes, it requires a new design.
If we leave the curb line as it's currently designed, we could bid it for contract, for concrete.
I get that we could leave it just as is and get a bid for concrete. I think we all understand that. What was being suggested was let's say we send it for bid for concrete and we say the curb line is as moved by council, whatever it is. And that wasn't it? Okay.
We already tried that motion. My motion is to use the current design. I clarified it by saying it's about a 6-inch move, so I'll not put the clarification in so we don't get confused. Use the current design, which is done for 2 streets for concrete. We send that out for bid. It comes back with a number. We ask staff to then extrapolate based on square foot cost of asphalt about what asphalt would cost. We have a bid that's not exactly what council is asking for, but it gives us close to what the costs, much closer to what the costs are going to be, and it moves us forward without having to pay for any more design work.
I'm being reminded by the Vice Mayor that our time is up. for our motion. So, do we want to make a motion to continue until we finish this item in one way or the other? Councilman Leonardis?
I'll make a motion for 10 more minutes.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, it's 12:30. So I heard, just as a matter of just kind of trying to keep track of our record, what we're doing here. I did not hear from Councilman Rennie that he was making his comments into a motion. He was...
Yes, I did say it
Oh,
was
you
a
did
motion.
say a motion? Okay. Is there a second for that motion? There is not. It's going to fail for lack of a second. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I just want to make a general comment. I received correspondence after the last council meeting on this from a gentleman in the concrete industry, and I think I shared it with the rest of the council, or at least I sent it to staff or whatnot. But his comments were, if you do these streets two at a time, you bid them two at a time, you're only going to get the small contractors that bid on that. They're not going to get the quantity material discounts, and they're going to charge you more money. He said that you could save up to 50% of the materials costs if you bid all 10 streets at once. Now, whether we build all 10 streets at once or not, we get somebody into a contract and we reduce the materials by a quantity discount or whatnot by getting larger contracts to bid on it. It looks much more appealing to a larger contractor who's going to come in there and knock it out if they see a number like $10 million and some guy who says, oh, $2 million or $3 million worth of streets in downtown Los Gatos, they'll pass it up. So there's another argument in favor of trying to get all 10 of them bid at one time. I think bidding them piecemeal like this is going to cost us probably a couple million more dollars that we don't have to spend on this job. So a small price to pay for an RFP for a new design work for all 10 streets, whatever that price is, if we're going to save several $1 million in materials costs by bidding the whole job at once.
Councilwoman Sack.
I understand Councilman Leonardis's comments, and I agree with the concept of it. My concern is, and the reason why I hesitate to vote on all 10 streets is, I feel like if we sent an RFP out for 10, we're stuck. And I feel like that's because then we're stuck with the design for 10 streets, and then we then have to move forward, and then we may be back in the same situation we're at now, where we don't like what we're at, but we're afraid to spend more money into a different design. So help me out. Is there, if we go out, send an RFP for all 10, I understand that's a larger cost savings, perhaps in materials, but then does that then tie us up into 10 street of designs that we may not even like 2 years, 3 years down the road?
Okay, so I'm going to let Councilman Leonardis respond to that. Then I'm going to really ask the council to come up with a motion so that we are, instead of debating continuously, which we could all night long, actually have a motion before us that's going to fail or pass or not have a second or whatever. So Councilman Leonardis.
Answer Councilmember Sayak's question. That's why we're setting up the parameters. We're saying we're keeping the existing curb line. We're going to get rid of the trees that are invasive and the dead ones. We're going to apply to the tree ordinance. We're going to do what the people asked us. They either want asphalt reconstruction or concrete reconstruction based on the actual money that we have finally seen for the very first time. This is finally a reality where we have enough money in the hopper proposed where we can actually do this project. Before it was like, oh, you got $3 million to do 10 streets, good luck. You know, now we have the ability to actually do this, make a decision. And the decision that we make, we want it to be final. We want it to be, hey, who's going to complain after 40 years that their streets are rebuilt better than they were before? And all the same amenities and street features are there. And what else is there to ponder? What other designs will come back that we wouldn't like? So to me, I think there's some, it's very straightforward. It's very, I see light at the end of the tunnel by making a motion to say, hey, let's do all 10 streets. Let's send them all out for a design bid. We'll get the bids. We'll get contractors to bid on the quantity. We'll put together a schedule. And it's either going to come back with, it will come back with a concrete number and an asphalt number, and then we'll make a decision. And that number might be a lot lower than we And I think it will be a lot lower than we expect. If we go about it this way, bidding 2 streets at a time, we're going to be paying a lot more money, going through a lot more pain. It's just hokey. You know, I wish I had a better word for it, but it's a Mickey Mouse way of approaching a huge project like this. When we built the library, did we say, hey, we only want to build the children's room. Let's send out an RFP for the children's room and a design for the children's room, and we'll hire this consultant, we'll pay him this much money. And what's the rest of the library going to look like? Oh, I don't know, we'll hire a different designer to design that for us later. I don't think we approached it that way. I think we took the whole project on, we designed it, we built it, and look at the magnificent result. So that's why I keep going back to this. What is the most logical approach? So I'm going to throw the motion out there again. I think we send out an RFP for the design of all 10 streets in asphalt and in concrete and see what comes back.
Is there a second for that motion? Vice Mayor?
I'm going to second it, and in response to what I've heard is a concern that if we do it this way, we're going to be locked in. Well, one of the problems we're having is that we're not locked in, that we've been working on this for, I don't know, 10, 15, 20 years, and we haven't locked ourselves in. We know enough now to know what we want. I don't think there's a lot of debate on that. So if we know what we want, then let's get a bid on the whole thing, and let's move forward on the whole thing. I'm seconding the motion.
Okay. I'm going to say my comment first. I can't support the motion because I think an RFP is for design is quite different than getting a bid for costs. I think that's what we've been haranguing with over all this time is that, oh, you can't find out the cost until you have a design. You do an RFP for 10 streets. To me, we're back at square one, so I can't support it. Other comments on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'm also confused about why we think this is a better way to go. We've spent $300,000 to have the design on 3 streets done, and they don't charge by, they charge by time spent of different engineer types on it. So 10 streets, maybe they'll give you a little discount, but you're still paying by the number of hours. So we've got 2 streets almost designed and another one 70% designed. To go get an RFP for 10 streets is just asking to, I guess it won't hurt to get them, but if it's broken out by streets, but it doesn't move us forward when we've already got design for 2, 3 streets.
Okay, other comments on the motion? And not just to argue that you like the motion that you made, but whether you're going to support it or not. I'd like to call the question because we've got like a minute left.
I was just going to mention real quick that, again, we have to send out an RFP for design because that's what staff tells us we have to do. If we could send out RFP for bids at this point for all 10 streets, I would gladly make that motion. But according to what staff has told us, in order for us to get those bids, we have to do an RFP for design and design all 10 streets to get all 10 streets bid. So that's the only reason why I suggested the motion this way.
Okay. I'm prepared to call the question. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. All right, it's going to fail 2-3. Yes, Councilwoman Sayoc.
Frankly, a lot of information was given to us now with different pathways, with pros and cons of each. Is it possible to continue this to a next meeting with staff delineating all the different proposals discussed, the pros and cons of each, so that, frankly, I'm getting a little confused. All the different options available, how much it's going to cost, and the design cost of each. Is it possible to do that, or is it the general consensus of this group to make a decision tonight?
It's certainly possible to make a motion to continue. I suggest December 1st. But no, sorry, it's getting late. Of course it's possible to make a motion to continue. Anyone can suggest any motion along the board, a substantive motion or a motion to continue. Councilman Rennie.
Let me make another suggestion that maybe we need a study session on this. I feel like we don't really understand the construction process based on, you know, the circles we're going in, and maybe we need to spend a little bit of time understanding construction process and bids in order to get through this.
Okay, I didn't hear that as a motion, and I'm not seeing a whole lot of enthusiasm. So is there a motion that's either a substantive motion on what we have before us, a motion to continue, a motion for further information, et cetera, et cetera?
Question for staff. Would we be able to continue this to our next staff meeting, assuming the mayor approves the agenda for that? Would you have enough time to compile all the information that you heard this evening and bring us back a report for further discussion?
I don't think so. I mean, October 6th, we've already got alcohol and entertainment and retail. I think a lot of the pros and cons are already in this report. And so I think it's really a matter of how do we struggle with this design question. We've did find some money, so I think it's really a matter of do we just bite the bullet and do some design work and then go out to bid.
So, thank you. I think that if people are exhausted, and I think some of us are indicating, especially me, that perhaps they are, maybe it's better to continue it. I hate to do that, given that, you know, we're trying to make a decision. However, I don't want us to make a decision because it's late and we can't figure out the right thing to do. On the other hand, I don't want to have another motion where everybody comes in and tells us everything that they want us to do and not do, given that we've had this really extensive discussion. So I'm torn, actually. So I look to the council for how they want to proceed, a substantive motion, motion to continue, whatever it might be. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I mean, based on Ms. Pravetti's comments, bite the bullet. You know, that's kind of the theme that I've been trying to get across here this evening. With that said, it's late. I'm going to ask that we continue this to some date in the future.
Ms. Pravetti or whoever is appropriate, do we have to continue it to a date certain?
No, this is not a noticed hearing.
Okay. So is your motion simply to continue it? Motion
to continue. I hate to walk away from this discussion at this point because I feel like we're getting pretty close. And I hate to delay this project any further.
Ms. Pravetti, remind me what we've tentatively, not everything on it, but how full is our agenda for October 20th?
October
or
20th,
November,
I think the most, yeah.
Whatever it is, 3?
I think November 3rd is fairly light. October 20th, we've got the solar ordinance and maybe a couple other very minor ordinances. The only real substantive item was we were going to do a report on code compliance, but that's should be fairly brief, so that is an opportunity.
And the solar ordinance is not a controversial item. It's state mandated.
Okay, Councilman Leonardis, given that information, do you want to include a date in your motion to continue?
Move to continue to October 20th.
Is there a second? Seconded by the Vice Mayor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Oh, yeah, we passed a motion. Congratulations. And we're adjourned. And those of you that did, we'll renotice it, but we'll see you on October 20th.